Saintly bells and our songs gazing to find its way back home. So many fails, void echo. I'm alright. Always living in my face. Long for the days when you were fake down, felt like more than just a dream. You get run up on my neck down, although the night is cleansing. From the queen to your rest, slow it down. Without all my soul to keep, but to the trace in my neck down. It's a more than a deeper. And when I wave and you don't look down, but my hand wet like this, farewell to your aspirations. It seems we enough to me. Long for the days when you were fake down, felt like more than just a dream. And as I gaze at my back down, can't tell what when if I be. Oh, it'll be alright.
Apollo Justice Day! Yay! Apollo Justice Day! I'm so excited! I was thinking about it yesterday. Came up with that title yesterday. It's a great title, isn't it? I like the title. It's a good title. Everything's been going pretty smooth, pretty smooth. I commissioned a thumbnail for a cover that should be releasing in December. I remastered a couple songs. I figured out the voice that I want to do for one of the songs that I was working on, and that will release in the next fortnight, which is great fun. I shuffled a couple of videos around to arrange that. I think I might do a re-listen of the song that's coming out next week though, just to make sure that it's still up to what I consider par. Because I do remember that I didn't like how quiet one bit was. I rewatched so much of the Vampire Diaries in no time. I watched 2 hours worth of that shit. So good because they're doing the official character poll, not the character episode poll. Actually, did I vote? Did I vote? I did vote for, yeah, I voted for the poll yesterday, because the poll officially ends today, which we're not sure when we're getting all the results back, but I was rewatching the episodes that got voted the highest, because we're gonna do a watch party in the Kyushu Discord, because the reason they're doing a poll is because they're going to show some of them in cinemas in the Yokohama area, and you know, a lot of us can't attend, so we're just gonna do it ourselves in a VC, which is great. Speaking of which, I'm also gonna do a watch party before then in our Discord of the entire show. So, that'll be cool. That'll be cool, right? It'll be very cool. I basically finished the presentation for my birthday. Basically meaning that I haven't written any of the notes that I want to write for it, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna go through with doing that. I might just have the Google Docs opened on a separate tab to be able to refer to them. But it's going well. It's going great, actually. I had the slides about the AUs. I'm not sure if I wanna. I'm definitely gonna talk about a lot of them, but some of them I'm not including because they don't have good art for them, or they're just not enough information on them. But I'll talk about them because they're popular AUs and stuff, which is very important to the franchise. It's not just the fandom doing things like a lot of things. These are like AUs the creator made himself. So yeah, there's that, and everything. Just gotta fucking hope that the person that I commissioned to do an art piece for my birthday is done before them, because it's been 3 weeks and I've heard nothing, so you know, we'll just have to see. But I am also going to be commissioning some new things for my PNG avatar, so that'll be fun. I just gotta wait until next week, because that's when my artist's commission's open again. That'll be good. That'll be super good. Is there anything else that I need to tell you all about? Things have been going well on the VOD channel. Things have been going well on the YouTube channel. I think I'm pretty good, actually. I'm pretty solid. Pretty solid on the everythings. Yeah. So, let's stop being awkward. Yes, the new stuff with the avatar. I'm very excited for it all. I'm very, very excited for it all. I'm not sure when it'll be done, but that should be like based on how long it took to get my avatar as a whole. How long did that take in general. That was 16th to the 16th. Oh my god, these are American dates. I can't fucking read them. Okay. 16th to the 3rd. So that was about 2-3 weeks. Yes, we are very close to the 50 follower mark. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. People like me and people like hanging out with me, and I like hanging out with you guys because you guys are cool. No matter how many things you say to me. It's a healthy relationship, I swear. It's so normal and stuff. I mean, like, what streamer doesn't love their chatters, you know? You know? I love you all individually, and I give you little pats on the forehead. But anyway, yes. So because of how long the full model took, I should I pat you on the forehead. Can't go calling people out who aren't here. You can't go doing that. That's just that's you guys. That's just you guys. And this you're the cat. I am squishy you. I love you guys. Yes, so unless expressions don't take as long as a whole model, and because I plan on like getting in there as soon as their commission's open, that should be a thing that I get to show you at the end of the month. I have to label my keyboard for it so I fucking remember. But it'll be great. I swear it'll be amazing. And you'll love it, and I'll love it, and it'll just be more of my little guy. It'll be more of my little guy. It reminds me, I need to get a picture of John. I should have done this earlier. No. I mean, yes, but no. I don't need the Wikipedia right now. I know I usually go on there to look at things, but not right now. I should do this later. I shouldn't be doing this now, but now I'm distracted now. I'm thinking about it now, and I want to do it now. Oh my god, John, you're so cute. Anyway, I'll do this later, or I'll just keep getting distracted and be like, I should do that thing. No, we should be playing Apollo Justice right now. We've got Apollo's Justice. I know that lots of people do just chatting for an hour, but just chatting for an hour with me? I don't have anything to talk about. I don't have a life. I go to the doctor and I sit in my room doing nothing at all. So, not very interesting. Anyway. Let's get to it. Let's get the fuck to it. Look, it's amazing to some people, but for me, I like doing things. I like feeling productive. That's why I'm doing this, because this is something for me to do, you know? It makes me feel like makes me feel important and like I have reason to be doing things. Because like if I don't have a life, then what am I doing? I don't do anything. I don't go outside. Apologize, are you opening? Yes, you are. Thank you. Game. Gonna work? Gonna work? Yes. That's a good little lawyer. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry that I said that. Door. Yes. Yay. Yay. Turnabout serenade. Oh, this is the one that I saw 5 minutes of. That made me go, huh, that guy's gay, isn't he? I know, it's too early in the morning. Wow, Calavera, whatever the fuck your name is, Gavin. I don't want to voice you this early, this fast. Gavin is. I'm sorry, are your fans called the Gaviniers? Are your fans called the Gaviniers? Gavin, that's so lame. That's so lame. You are so lame. You and so many other people in this. That's the band's name? That's also lame. That's so lame. That is so fucking lame. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. He's so lame. This is so cool! Us at a Gaviniers concert? Oh, did you say something? My ears are still ringing. Gaviniers putting the sick back into music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like, we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviniers concert. Trucy? You didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Calavera. What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock. God awful, maybe. I thought all their stuff. I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gaviniers album and 15 concert videos. That's quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got an advance on my next 15 years allowance. That's a lot of money. Mr. Right, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Just don't act like... Actually, no. Actually, Apollo, you're completely right. He is stingy. Who would have imagined me here? At a Gaviniers concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin rock. To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Well, at least some attorneys can admit the fact that they're fucking into it. At least some attorneys can admit that can admit when they like their prosecutor. God, my god. The fucking accusations being thrown at Apollo, I swear. that I'd ever admit that to Josie or Gavin. Oh, jeez. I do not envy the person who has to clean this off when you're all leaving. Ah, you made it! Mr. Gavin! Thanks so much for the tickets. And the invoice you sent along with them. You were incredible up on the stage, Mr. Gavin. Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. Lemmy roars. Singing, right? The siren of the ballad? Oh yeah. Maya said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right. I happened to catch her at a show overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. Abby Roar says, "You praise me too highly." Oh, who's this guy? He's huge. Why does he have handcuffs? Look at him. Why do you think he has handcuffs? For an accurate performance, obviously. No other reason. What did you think I was implying? Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Letouus, Lemmy Roar's manager and interpreter, incidentally. Gavin's man, bro, homie, mate. I'm so sorry that I can't decide on what accent to give you. That I have no consistency with your voice at all. You're the only character who's kind of flip-flopping everywhere. And I'd like to apologize, honestly. It is a great honor for us to be here. And a great honor for Lemmy Roar to be heard in this country. Yes. Very, very interesting, Lemmy Roar, thank you. That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. I love her character design so much. I love this outfit. Oh, it's Lemmy Roar. I'm actually meeting Lemmy Roar. Lemmy Roar. Mysterious songstress. Quiet, deep song glides through the air, litting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. And this is music. She's a real artist. Lemmy Roar says, "We have long looked forward to this joint performance." Ah, Lemmy Roar, your voice. It is art. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. Hi there, dude. I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all of Lemmy Roar's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Fuck off, Apollo. Allow me to introduce Machi Tobier. He is blind. This is why he never strays far from Lemmy Roar. They are always together. Like characters from some fairy tale. Let me roar so, what's that word? Exotic. Maybe, don't say that, Trissy. Don't say that. And mysterious. She does seem quite pretty. At least her eyes do. Hers is a kind of sightseeing mosaic? Music? You mean music? Fucking... This is why I can't figure you out, Gavin. Huh? She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into songs. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sights into song, that's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The guitar serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I can't wait. And now it is time for the next part. We're giving the Gavinaires hard rock a little rest. Let me roar. The stage is yours. The band members will not play during Lemmy Roar's ballad. Only Maki's tender tones and Lemmy Roar's delicate voice. And my guitar, of course. Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know. I should have learned to play guitar. It's not too late to try, Apollo. It's not much romance in chords of steel. Yes, there is, if you can learn to sing properly, Apollo. Shall we hit the stage, then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care of your hearts. Your hearts aren't stolen away, I think Apollo's heart is already stolen, if you know. Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly. Hi, Bop Bop. Hi. In your embrace, you throw away the keys my heart held on to so tight. Fuck if I know how to sing that. Look, she's said to have a low voice. I can't sing low very well. Melody wraps itself around me. Now I know the air I fly. Oh yes, the dialogue noise is really fucking good. I love it. It's just, it scratches one in the brain so well. I love dialogue noises a lot. That's such a cool trick. That's such a cool trick, though. I'd love to hear someone like genuinely sing that. I could not do it. Could not have done that justice at all. Wow, wasn't Let Me Roar amazing? I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting him either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I'd call that art. Well, what are we doing here? let's get going to Miss Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need? Probably need a break because this thing got set on fire. What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I asked the man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible. He seems upset. Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it. So much for risking your life for art. The guitar serenade is ruined, ruined! Well, let's try to at least let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now. You mean the guitar? That wasn't part of the act. Part of the act? Who'd burn up a guitar on purpose? A lot of rock stars, actually. But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Right, you think the audience saw that? Sounds like you got lucky. They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did. He got lucky, and he didn't realize it. Anyway, the guitar was the Ferrari of guitars. All speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. Unusually frugal for a rock band. Try saying that to Mr. Gavin. Hook tongue! Today's been a disaster after another. This game, I'm pretty sure it is on the Switch. I'm playing it on Steam though. I'm pretty sure I did see someone playing it on Switch though. Nintendo Switch, iOS, Xbox, PlayStation, Android, DS, Windows, and 3DS. So you can play it on basically anything. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken. Daddy told me there'd be days like these. Wasn't Lemmy Roar's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Yes! Thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Back here. What's this? A lyric sheet is yours. Signed by myself and Lemmy Roar. Thanks so much. Oh, I ever get to sign our client defense agreements. Almost every time for the third act of the night. Almost time for the third act of the night. Oh, there's more. Yes, Lemmy Roar's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you're ready to catch it. Woohoo! Ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. I liked the bit with Lemmy Roar, but the rest could use a volume knob turned way down. Apollo, you're getting old. Does 22 qualify as old? 15 years old. Well, I'm going. Let's get the old folks rest backstage, yeah? Hey, I'm older than and you're older than I am. You guys are cute. Hey, it's you! That right, kid. Detective Sky. I'll be that right kid business pass. That right kid business pass. Come on, Apollo. You've always wanted it. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious I'm snacking? You think I wanted to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? There's no knowing with the glamorous flop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? This one? That's Labrador's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snack ruse in your space. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Yeah, she's in a good mood when we're doing detective work. She's in a good mood when she's... When you show up at first, and then you start talking. I think the good mood is... Like a good mood is probably you. Emma? I've never seen someone eat snacks with such vehemence. Better give her a wide berth. She snackooed me. Okay, you're not gonna fucking talk to me at all, huh? Okay, whatever. Is there anything interesting in here? Fast, eating snacks fast? Yeah, I do the same thing. It's great. Who's caught of let me roar? Can't read a single word of the sentence at the bottom. Trucy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here. I see. Husband even learned not to offer you any snacks. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. No. You're sharing is caring, my dude. This is... Yeah, but that's what separate bowls are for. He's like, do you want some of this? And you go, yes, I would. And he's like, okay, well, I'm rationing it out. Here you go. Eat as fast as possible. You get half. I get half. Oh my god, Emma. You're so cute. You're so cute, Emma. I love you. Examine. Huh. Thing on the ground. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lamiro's bodyguard dropped it. Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? Like, you think you're going to pull me away from my snacking just to hear you mumbling? On and on about whatever you're going to be sorely disappointed. That means I got her to stop munching. What's this odd looking doll here? Oh, that's the blue badger. Did you try either talking or munching, but not both? She snackooed me. Serves me right for going out my way. Sorry, I don't sneak Sakus. I've got snacks too. Not many though. Only 2 pieces of Toblerone left. I'm running out of snacks. Maybe I should go buy more. That's Prosecutor Gavin's, the Gavineer's dressing room. Put so much as a hand on that door and I'll Saku you. Hold on. I just came out of there. Don't play smart with me. Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. You want tea so bad, bite yourself. She snuggled me. I'll take a tea. She's lovely, I love her so much. Gavineer's guilty as charged tour poster. They're plastered all over the place, it's annoying. Well, this is the concert venue, it makes sense. Why? Everyone's is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster of the concert. It's part of the experience. Do you have to find a fault with everything I say? She's not good at me. It's a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I can even carry it. He's not good at me. Is that everything in this room? Aside from the door. So this is Lemmy Roar's dressing room. If you even think about going in there, was that a gunshot? Something's going on. You, out of my way. Emma? Let me roar, let me roar. It's not locked, I'm going in. Oh jeez. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's a concert. It's Lemmy Roar's manager, Mr. What's his name? Let us? Oh no. Hey, you. Me? Watch the room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... He's alive. Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. Who shot you? I don't know. Ask who? What? Ask. Witness. There was a witness? Who? Cold. So cold. Witness. Cold. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Lettuce. Tell me who the witness. The witness is. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Mr. Lettuce? Here, it's Emma. What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? But did anyone just now? Did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. Could have sworn I heard a door close. The concert's been cancelled. Backup's on the way. Is Mr. Lettuce... He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I lost him. Remain Lettuce. Short. I heard his last words. Witness is the siren, whatever that means. Looking when you're going to bed? Okay, have fun with your sleeping. Have fun with your sleeping. Jesus fucking Christ. That's all I can say about that. The venue is locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Darian? 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 Darian. I'm gonna call you Darian, I like that one. Good work, Darian. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. It's investigation time then, yeah, Fraulein the detective. I don't need some rock and rolling prosecutor to tell me that. On request I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this. Oh, a gag order. No word gets out other than that Mr. Lettuce is dead. No word of the cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one, not even Lammy Aurora. Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, forehead. Yours too, Fraulein. That, an investigation request? Why just us? You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. Should be okay to sign, I think. Right, well, get everything started with the investigation. I'm on it already. One tip for you. Huh? Me? Try not to get in the Fraulein detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. Gee, I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses. Now none of us can go home. We'll investigate, all right. Our way. Yeah, the way of the defense. Hang on. But they don't even have a suspect, so why are you bothering to investigate? Are you just curious? But he's like Phoenix and he's just curious. Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon. Still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon. This is no time for navel-gazing. Let's crack this case. Don't worry about Trucy. He seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is. Something the matter? No, let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Lettuce's last words. Witness is siren. His order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. You think so? Good expensive chocolate. Yeah. I should stop eating foods that just get all up in your teeth when I'm streaming. I should stop doing that. What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone. A phone is a transceiver. Got a headset? What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Lettuce might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards? I don't think he was wearing it when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on. Then put it to your fucking ear. Whatever, mate. You're fucking stupid. The stage looks empty. I was hoping to get a chance to talk with Prosecutor Gavin. Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess. Alright, guess we're going to the crime scene, even though I thought we were just told that we probably weren't going to get to see it for a while. Oh, it's you! I figured you'd come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. You're attorneys now. Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Matters did tell me to ask the witness, the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want. You get no snacks from me. Please. Think of poor Lemmy Roar. Well, I suppose you did find the body with me. Great! Let's get to it. Right. Just try not to touch anything. He's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here, I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. You're adorable, Apollo. You're adorable sometimes. Anyway, I'm curious about this. Oh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma? You're not going to say, can I have it please, are you? Oh. Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15. But that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. Oh. Not healthy for you to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humour. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems familiar about this brooch. Found at the crime scene, strangely familiar. Are these bullet holes? Looks like it. There are two here on the wall. Looks of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are two holes. Wouldn't that mean two misses? The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is a mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch. Sounds painful. No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon. Cross. Down to the murder weapon. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? It's a revolver. That's right, a big .45 caliber revolver. Oh. I wonder who brought this here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those. Are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't. Listen, I was the one in the hall eating snackoos when it happened. I know. No one here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Wait, what if the killer brought a revolver? Must mean that they had planned this from the start. That's right? Interesting. That body, isn't it? Sure is, the victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Go ahead, Apollo. You first. Me? No, you should go first, Juicy, really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching the snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Blood. And... Apollo looked at his hand. He's holding something. Hey, no touching. You can throw all the snacks you want at me you like, Emma. But sooner or later you're going to run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by the scene. Let's take a look. See there? He's holding something. What's this? A key ring. You think it might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. What an unusual key ring. And what an unusual key. This could be a vital clue. Interesting. Well, given that symbol on there, it's probably Gavin's. Hey, is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about, red stuff than I do. Says who? I think it's strange about the blood, though. Is that what it looks like? If you're saying it looks like he was trying to write something and then failed, and then it got smudged for some reason, then yes, that is what it looks like. But other than that, yeah, he's even got bloody fingers for it, so it works out. Body was holding a keyring. I wonder what that could mean. It must mean something. Doesn't look like the kind Mr. Littus would use. The question is, whose keyring is it? Well, it's got Gavin's symbol on it. He kind of custom orders a lot of things with his symbol on it for absolutely no reason. It's really, it's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, I was just telling me that I've got an appointment next week. Ugh, fucking. Practically. I'm glad it brings him some joy to mock me. Ah, you're practically a detective, Apollo. You're adorable. Look, there's a little window over there. Maybe the killer tried escaping through that. It's barely big enough for me to get my hand through. Not to mention it only opens a crack. What? I was just saying it's possible. Right. No harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it's impossible. You could peek into the room through it though, you know? Look at all these presents. I mean, Roar sure is popular. Oh, I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we? Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. It could be anything. I'm never having a birthday party again. The animation, yeah, the animation is really nice. I really, really like all the sprites. This is one of those, things, right? At the barbers? It's got a permanent dryer? Want me to curl those bangs of yours? No thanks. Better not mess with his hair, Emma. It's part of his identity, you know? Yeah, part of his character design. You ruin that, he's basically nobody. Seeing these mirrors lined up like this makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Bourguignon? All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. An amazing bouquet. I mean, it's giant. Not sure I approve. It'd be better if this flower was a bit more... Oh. Ew, the flower fell off. Happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma? It's fine, fine. I'll just put it back, see? How scientific. Nothing. Just look at over there. Recheck the gun just to make sure. 45 caliber revolver, very deadly. You know, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber? And what does the 45 mean? Huh? You want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words. The bigger the bullet, bigger bullets do more damage. Wow. Chalk 1 point for forensic science. You know it. But it's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Miss Science? Well? Hush! Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Nope, I want to examine more. Just sliding. Anything else that I need to look at? Oh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please? Absolutely not. I know. But still, I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right. Whoa. Stop it. Are you too crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Tempted. Are Trucy and Sky related? No, they're not. They are not related. Sky is a character that appeared fucking what? Episode 5 of this playthrough. My 5th stream. Sky does have a sister, but Trucy is an only child, as far as I'm aware. Please grow up. Apollo, look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV. Yeah, a wide flat screen TV. I don't want one of those. You'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was a lawyer. Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you? I mean, you can get one secondhand for cheap. Drussy's still after that brooch, clearly. No way. If you want one that bad, get your daddy to buy it for you. Daddy always says, Trucy, if you want something, go find it yourself. Oh, and when in doubt, beg. Leave it to Mr. Right. I should be concerned about Trucy's future. But I'm more concerned about the owner of that brooch. Court record is off. Well, it looks real pretty. I'm pretty sure it's Lamira's, right? Wasn't she wearing it? Sort of pin fastener for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type though. Oh, so if it's not a safety pin, is it a danger pin? I suppose if you stuck it in your eye, then yeah, sure. But you could do that with a safety pin too, for that matter. Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin. Aw. I'm driving a danger pin through my heart here. I like that banter, it's cute. I'm not allowed to point it out? Aw, I wanted to point it out. Because that's clearly fucking... It's Gavin's. I need to go talk to Gavin. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped key ring. This middle one is shaped like a guitar. I get it. It must be the key for a guitar case. Guitar case. Oh, but I know who this belongs to. Yeah, you would know if you recognize this at all. Well, stock standard gun. Nothing really special about it, it seems. In the middle of the weapon is the revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. Revolver, see? Revolver, revolver. That sounds like a bit like Wonderbar. Especially if you say it really fast. I guess? You know what I used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonderbar was one liver. There's just many words in this world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing? So many different words. So many different people. People like Trucy. Don't be mean to her. To ensure the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning any details of the case. I see. Huh. Looks like nobody's here. Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case too. No rest for the wicked. No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rocking. Rock, rock. Look, it's a postcard of Lamira's. And then these letters at the bottom. I've never seen them before. It must be her native tongue, Borginian. Borginian, huh? I don't feel like there's anything interesting in here right now. We'll come back if we have to. Did I finish up in the dressing room? No? Okay. Damn it. Still more. Move back to the dressing room. No. Examine more. And then I guess I can present everything that I have to you. If that doesn't do anything. There's another Gaviniers poster in here. I'm just about sick of seeing those, personally. Maybe I'll tear it down, huh? No tampering with the scene of crime, Emma. Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds. Don't look at me. What's this poster? Let's see. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. Looks like a poster for a different show. I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. Nothing. That door. Another ladder. Actually, it's technically a step ladder. You're just as bad as your dad, huh? Fine. Is he right? What do we define as a step ladder? What do we define as a step ladder? What do we define as a step ladder? These are just places to buy step ladder. Define. A short folding ladder with flat steps and a small platform. This shit? That's too tall to be a step ladder. It's not a step ladder. That's just a regular fucking ladder. You and your dad are fucking wrong, and you're always wrong, and I shouldn't get so angry about a stepladder debate. Look. It's just... It's not a stepladder. Your dad's wrong. It's not a stepladder. It's not a stepladder. It has never been a stepladder. It's too tall to be a stepladder. A stepladder is a step. This is fucking tall. Well, hello, Miss Fancy Mans. Please forgive my lack of a lot of discrimination. I'm less worried about the stepladder and more worried about why it's here. Why is the ladder there? Oh, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling? I still say it's a stepladder. Probably to reach, to put these things up, right? What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Huh? Nothing. It's nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you're thinking, right? When we arrived at the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out, and that air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. Nor if the killer were your size, Druzy. I didn't do it! I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you. I know, of course I don't think you did it. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Are we done in here? I think that's everything I gotta look at. Sorry. I can't comment on anything not scientifically relevant. I am a forensic scientist after all. A self-styled one at least. Nope. So this is the murder weapon? This revolver is incredibly heavy. Why'd you touch it? It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair, tell us. It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? Like what? What's strange about the revolver itself, huh? Nothing I can point out. I guess we'll find out later. Yeah. Okay, you can only tell me about the gun. Okay. Well then, I'm done in here. Let's see if I can actually find anything else to do. Talk to you. That's something to do. Talk to you. Mr. Romaine Lettuce, was it? He was Lemmy-Roar's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. Doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Who? Lemmy-Roar. No one here might have had a motive. But she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks. He's a big man, or was. I don't think even I would win a fight with him. Nice? Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We've sent a request to the Borganian embassy for more info on him. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do? It's true. It was us who found the body. Well, guess that's what I miss for watching the concert. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer had already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in here when you heard the shot and no one else was here. How did they leave the room? That window is a little too small, isn't it? Mystery of the disappearing killer. What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. That's right, it's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill as such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites. That's not a problem. There's another thing about this gun. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil will probably dislocate your shoulder. That's a pretty useless fucking gun. But yeah, to get something that would hurt that much, would have definitely had a vendetta against him. Ouch. It's like the shooter's a victim too. Yet, the killer used his revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high caliber weapon. Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything here there is. Yes, you're right. I know how you're feeling. It's hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Huh? Oh, actually, we have to... Great, thanks! He left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Right. How am I supposed to investigate? Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go. Huh? Go? It's time's a-wasting, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but... On second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Of course it will. Let's go. Foreshadowing is a narrative device to Apollo. We learned this a couple years ago with Phoenix Wright. Hi, my dude. What great character design. We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Well, that was. He sure looked suspicious. Very extravagant indeed. I like the yellow. What is it with you today? Problem after problem. Oh, tongue. You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Gaviniers Apollo. Clavier on vocals, and Dorian on guitar. They're so cool. I have heard I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. But you think he's cool, and you can't deny that. Huh? What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I bet. My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar has been burnt to a crisp, and on top of and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was all that about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the ones who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of the song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who are you calling tinny? Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands always splitting up over. This is hardly the time. What are you two doing here? We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry. Wait, you what? Listen. You need to confirm that the Republic of Bulgarian detective Crescend. Right. Anything else? Wait, did you just call him detective? Ah, greetings. God, you're a weirdo. The Ryan Crescend, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. Hello. Criminal Affairs. Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gaviniers, do you? Something tells me that's about to be remedied. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder? What else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case. Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Letus than I do. For now, at least. Huh. You were the one who found the body, yeah? While we were in the middle of the performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that to the Fraulein detective. I wouldn't want to step on our toes. They're not exactly the best buddies, are they? Him and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what do we do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. He might be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on some things we found. Yeah, I think he can. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gavineers? It's not surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing about America's existence once. I know America exists. The Gavineers aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police? The real police. By day, they pack heat, but by night, they heat up the stage. By day, those lips interrogate. By night, they sing songs of unrequited passion. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago, with 13 years Hard Time for Love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole, and My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness. That's happened a lot. The list of hits goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Dorian Crescent. I make the melodies. He attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk. Just like today. And I hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today? A disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this, and then we'll see who missed a cue. The missed cue? They were arguing about that before. Great. I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. Yeah, you seem to do that a lot. What's the missed cue you keep talking about? Ah, you heard it, didn't you? From the audience. Actually, I didn't notice anything. See? No amateur is going to pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this. What's that? A mixing board. We use it to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far. Might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. This is but one of the devices used in recording. Okay. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. And use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out! Oh. It's so cool. Wow, neat. This is the shit that I love in music. It's great. So could you say here only the drum part? Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing a cue tonight. I'm more concerned about the other criminal. The one who kills people. If you want help on the case, then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin! First, let's bring up the part of the performance question. To simply choose a section of the song you wish to hear on the uppermost bar, like so. There, now listen. Okay. Was something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again closely. I need to listen to that a million more times to pick up on that, Trucy. Ah, the timing's a little off, isn't it? You see? There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. Amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never say about crime until we're perfect. Perfect! Here he goes again. Right, amateur, you will prove my point. How? Me? And you stopped calling me forehead, wow. You will find the missing cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? Did I not just explain it? Lift the slider with W and S and adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue with A and D. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Nothing to do but try, Apollo. Guess. I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review. W and S to adjust the volume. Okay, A and D to change which part. Got it. Now Q and S. Q and E to switch part. Okay. Q and R. Q and R to switch between the parts. A and D to switch between the upper. W and S to change the volume. Got it. Once you found the guilty party, press A to point it out. To rock. Okay. I'm just gonna go one by one. I didn't like that, whatever that was. This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Wow. It was you, Dorian. Oh well, it looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well? That's all you have to say? What kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Dorian? Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. Still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love. Anyway, so we found your keys. I was wondering if you knew anything about this. That... Does it look familiar? Familiar! That's mine! That's my keyring. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin. I knew it. Apollo? How can you make that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was... Yeah, I know. No, thanks anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like, he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? The victim... You mean Mr. Lettuce had my keys? Indeed. Will my trial be over? Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop. I'll give her that. Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today. I really don't think that's... Tell us, and we'll keep mum about the key ring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting? And something about your guitar case being busted. You're well informed. You mentioned it a few times. Ugh. It all happened this morning. It's all the key ring's fault. The key ring? It's got all my keys on it, yeah. My bike key, my car key, the key to my guitar case. Wait, so this key ring... It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Ricky Gavin's keyring disappeared. I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, that guitar wasn't the one that... The very one up in flames. Right on stage, too. I actually thought that was part of the show. Crazy. And to top it all off, Mr. Litwis's life was taken. When he told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then, a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Litwis dies. Yes, and? Could it all really be a coincidence? Coincidence? Meaning... the lion... Can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? Huh? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all of this was planned. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Fraulein? I am. What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. My name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed the connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today? Well... the missing keys, the burnt guitar, the ruined concert. It kind of all have to do with this music. You know, something was bugging me too. The keyring and the guitar and the body. Slow down there, Polly. You look a wee bit dizzy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up if you're a man. You're as clueless as I am. Huh? No, give our forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection, shall we? Evidence? Ugh. I better think of clapping pronto. Come on. Let's see it. How is my favorite chatter that loves bullying me doing today? I'm doing great, actually. I'm doing fantastic. I got lots planned. The connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles. Wait a second. The soul keys. A fleeting melody wraps itself around me as I fly into the air. The burning, take a bullet, and the guitar. The lyrics. You're nailed in the face with a ball? Jesus Christ, my dude. What kind of ball? I've gotten a baseball thrown at my stomach. I've had a log thrown directly at my tits. I know that shit hurts. It's this, isn't it? A lyric sheet. The guitar serenade. What's that got to do with anything? Handball. Oof. Yeah, no, not fun. Fucking saliva trying to kill me. It has everything to do with everything. Though, I wouldn't believe it if the Fraulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles. Maybe it's a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. You don't think, Fraulein? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics of this song. What? No way. Z, you sound... You can't say your usually unfortunate life. That makes you sound like Maggie Bird. Dude, if your eye is pulsating because something got chucked at it, put some fucking ice on it. Please, go get some ice and put it on there. Look, just think about everything that happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occurred. While reading the lyric sheet. First, the keyring was stolen. And not just any key, a heart-shaped keyring. That's right. You stole away the keys my heart held onto so tight. It was the heart holding the keys. And next, his guitar burst into flames. Burning in my heart, fire burned my love away. And then Mr. Littles was killed. Like a bullet of love, fire take my life away. But that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding. So everything that happened today here, the song predicted it all? Or perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics. But who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fraulein. She looks pleased. The lyrics predicting the crime. Calavia? Seems a bit more than just coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, the murder. Keyring might have been dropped by accident. Yet, the victim was holding it hard. I think. Hard to think it was unconnected. It's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as always. So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics. That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borginian embassy about Mr. Littus. Ah, right. Thanks to Ryan. I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here. A foreign nation, Mr. Littus was killed. Seems like we have to be the point of all of this. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves, yeah? Yeah. I guess this is all we're getting from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lemmy Roar to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lemmy Roar is now? Ah, I had to go to my dressing room. With the pianist, Maki Tobaye. Maki Tobaye. Of course. You want me to kiss Gavin? I don't want to kiss him. What? He's not my type at all. Actually, he might be a little bit my type, but there's nothing about him that makes me like want to kiss him. Like I'd shake his hand and like hang out with him. I walked right into that one, didn't I? I walked right into that one. That one was my own fault. That was me. I can't even be mad at you for that one. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She seemed rather shocked by Miss Lotus's sudden passing. I like Gant. Yes, I do. I love Gant. I love his character so much. Damn, Gant is so pretty, and he's like, I'm not. Don't say that. Don't say that. Look, the sprite where he's pulling on his hair is fucking adorable. It's so cute. And I love gloves, and I love green eyes, and I love a man who is tall, and I like the way he stares at me for a few seconds when he doesn't like the thing I've said to him, and I like that he can play that he plays the organ. It's like and I like that he gives everyone nicknames, and I like that he's so jovial about everything, and it takes so much for him to finally just snap and be angry. Like that silent anger type where he would like where you say something he doesn't like and he'd stare at you and then he'd laugh and plays a hand on you a bit too rough. Anyway, we don't need to talk about that anymore. I'll look, you can tease me. You look, you can like tease me about it when I commission art of him. I haven't done it yet. So, it's not that bad, right? And there's no merchandise I could buy of him, so I can't even have a collection if I wanted one. So, you know, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Just, yeah, lip polish. I do need all the merch, but it just doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Not even on Etsy. Because people don't make merchandise of every single character. But you know, one day I'll buy self-ship art and it'll be great. But you know, that requires me finding someone who can draw Gavin and not Gavin, Gant, and they're, you know, few and far between. It doesn't exist, okay? It doesn't exist as much. The characters that I want body pillows of don't exist. Those body pillows just don't exist. I know, I've looked. You know, I always like unpopular men. It's really disappointing, you know. I envy the people who have whose favourite characters are the most popular ones. Yo, hi dude. Who's there? Here goes the inn. Who is that guy? Huh? Who's he? You know, he did look sort of familiar. So, he is a friend of yours? No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember. Curiouser and curiouser. Huh, let me roar. What has happened? I heard that Mr. Lettuce is dead. Let me roar. You speak. I mean, you speak English. Ah, yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borgonia. But I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Lettuce your interpreter? Ah, that, but yes, well, it was Mr. Lettuce's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you know. And your pianist is also... No, Maki Tobaye is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Lettuce? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Lettuce was... Juicy? Huh? Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. But Mr. Lettuce is Lamilora's manager. It's not fair to her. I mean, she's a related part. Isn't she a related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect. All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very upsetting. Oh, sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions? Of course. I am always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put a finger on why, but I like this lemon drawer. What is it, Maki? Machi? What? But you'd be alone. What seems to be the problem? Machi... He is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be alright? Sure, of course. Very well. What is it that you wish to ask about? A republic, or Borginia, that's in Northern Europe, right? I've never even heard of it. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. You just tend to look for talent, Trucy. I mean, Laura, you're not from Virginia originally? Were you born here? Well... Oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Ah, yes, it is something like that. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Virginian in public. Image is important, I guess. She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound. A painter in what? She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? You're very perceptive. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? Stop while you're ahead, Trucy. This landscape painter in sound, too, is an image. Yet, without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes, in Borginian, letting roar means the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. Your pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. He's very European. I met him while singing in restaurants in Bordinia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale, almost. I notice he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. At first, I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my concert. Contract. Machi and I together are let me draw. Together, always. Mr. Letos was my new manager. New? Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come, I met Mr. Letos at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard, and as it turned out, my interpreter. Interpreter? Even though you speak English? Yes. But we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one, though I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Letos from the Republic of Borginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now, I shall never know. No one will ever tell me why he has died. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we would talk to anyone. Mr. Letos was a talented man. The siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I am happy for him that it has become so well known. Siren. That's what he meant. Huh? Apollo? You are the siren, right, Lemmy? That is the meaning of my name in Virginian, yes. It was the name my producer gave me. But why do you ask? It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you. What do you mean important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case. How? When we found Mr. Latus, he was still alive. What? I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Latus, can you hear me? Ask. Witness. Hang in there, Mr. Latus. Tell me who was the witness. The witness is Siren. He said siren, really? I was the only one who heard it, but I'm sure that's what he said. Mr. Latus said that. Ask the witness. And you're the siren, Lemmy. Did you see what happened? Lemmy. Might I ask, are you with the police? Well, no, I'm a defense attorney. An attorney. Yet, there have been no arrests. Yes. Is there a problem? Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, then you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But Lemmy, wait. I am sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them. Why? She witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us? Because she witnessed the crime, she doesn't want to, like, incriminate herself to you. I believe we are through here. I believe so. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch? Yes. Well, it may be mine. Yours, Lemmy? I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. That explains the brooch we found. Oh, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lemmy's. Thank you. I was wondering where I'd dropped it. Oh, this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Is something wrong, Apollo? What was the brooch doing at the crime scene? Me. I'm not sure what to say. Wish I could help. Okay. Most pleasant refusals I've had. No. Okay, well, I think we're done here. Oh, who's there now? Ah, it's you. Where were you? Emma, is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. Ugh, that's all your fault, you know. Oops. Maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene. What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? Mr. Latus's body has disappeared. What? Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. Her and Mr. Lettuce's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to investigate. There's no need for alarm for our line detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So, I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. Cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the wires later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Lettuce's body just disappear? Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching. Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, they're iron. See, Gita's gone missing. It was in the dressing room. Gita? Who's Gita? That's what I call my guitar. You know, like, man. Guitar was stolen. This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Gitas. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Gita is not a missing person, not lost and found, man. You guys talking about pirates again? Look, just because you have an eye patch doesn't mean you have to become a pirate. That's not how that works, okay? You can... What else can you do with an eye patch? You can become a mad scientist. Or an evil doctor. No you weren't. You were talking about pirates. I can back read. You can become a pirate if you want. You can be a sad clown pirate. I haven't seen that ever. You'd be the first of your kind. Well, this sure is a... What did he call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. You will not be Gant's lover in my place. You don't even like him that much. Don't lie to me. It'd be a loveless marriage. Sorry. Well, what else I can say? It's alright. Top priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snackoos should do the trick nicely. You should watch your sugar intake, Emma. You see, you can't just marry him just for the money. For a loveless marriage, dude. That's a loveless marriage. You can't do that. Yes, I know. Yes, I know he has a lot of fucking money. But come on, man. Come on, come on, come on. If you're not even gonna enjoy it when he slaps you back a little bit too hard because what he thought it was hilarious, then what's even the point? Why live your life in a loveless marriage when you can live in a marriage full of love with someone who is still rich? It's not scientifically possible. I don't think, not coming from you. Love more than me. What is, how can you even say that? Anything new to examine in the room? I don't think so. It's not full on Emma, it's called a reference. Yeah, a reference to Invader Zim, thank you. There should be a body here, but there's not. How could this have happened and why? Oop. Let's go then. Let's go see if we can find it. You think... Oh my god. You get married to Phoenix and take him to court. First of all, Phoenix is already married in his heart. We all know that. You'll keep him happy in other ways then, huh? You gotta be willing. You have to be willing to go swimming with him at least once a week, mega dude. Look. It's partially my fault for encouraging this. Partially my fault considering what I made the raid message to be. The raid notification. Considering what that is. It's partially my fault. Hang on. Does it exist? I need to see. No. We need to get... I'm sorry, it's just so funny to me. Okay. I'm a completely normal person. I'm a completely normal person who feels normal amounts of things. Shave that. Look, you've got me thinking about it now. You know, I don't think I can become a yandere. I'm not that kind of guy. Okay. Okay, admit that I'm a silver fox admirer. Well, let's see. I think I like Darren Gant, and his documented age range is 65, according to his wiki. I like another character who is 45 years old. I like a character who looks like an old man and is close to or over 500 years old. Um, just a little rich man with grey hair. I do love suits. I love suits. I think suits are so pretty. The more layers of clothing you have, the prettier you are. That's what I think. He's not too old for me if he's 500 years old and a vampire, okay? He's not too old if he's a vampire. It's a vampire thing. Fine, what about a 200-year-old vampire? What about that one, huh? What about a man who's not a vampire and just has a doubled lifespan and is currently in his hundreds? He... Oh! I like suits because I like wearing suits. I actually own, I own a suit. I got it for free. It's really pretty and I like it. I love ties too. I have a tie collection. I have bottom and vest combinations. I have a green one, I have a pinstripe one, and I have a velvet one. I want more suits badly. Um, um, anything else that I have? Look, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. You can sit there in the corner. There you go. There. 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 Gonna wear a tie. Just get off. Fuck you. No, that's what. No, I can't finish that sentence. You don't need to know that about me. You don't need to know that about me. That is for. Save that for a Y talk beam, okay? Save that for a Y talk beam. Because why would I divulge that information willingly? I know, his orange suit is so good. I want to own it. I want it so bad. Should he be in the corner there? Or should I, like, move him a little? He's so cute. This is my favourite sprite of him. Look. Look at him. Look. Look at him. He's so cute. Anyway. Yeah, you can sit in the corner there, mate. Hi, Gant. Hi, Gant. Hi, Gant. Your gift kind of doesn't work. He's so cute. See this, please. See this, come on, man. Come on, man. You can't be saying these things to me. A leash? Why would I want a leash? Why? Why would I need that, huh? Your phone censors half of it? Yup. 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 Yep, no matter how many times you turn off the filters on I feel bad. I feel bad for you, Gant. Your GIF is like not working at all. I'm so sorry, mate. I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that. Anyway, look, you guys are the ones that brought it up. So now you get to stare at Gant and my favorite sprite of his. Unless you want, like, sweating Gant, where his sweating sprite, where he's like, yes, you are stuck on this one part because you keep talking to me about these things and I can't just ignore you. I can't just ignore you, not in the spirit of Whitehan. My other mold man. Which you'll learn about. Later on my birthday stream. Just get married to him already? Look, I asked him out on a date and then he went and got incarcerated. Can't believe he'd do that, you know? Men these days, am I right? Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Something's definitely different here. Let's check it out. Does something seem different? Piano! I'm not sure that's all that important right now. Let's check out the thing in the middle of the stage. Ah, okay. The platform. That stage there must have been lowered before. And that's the tower that Lemmy Roar and Prosecutor Gavin were standing on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder that... The ladder that was against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top. Oh, we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. Aww, Apollo. Stop whining and start climbing. You like that you like my PG? Yes, that was one of the very specific things that I wanted. That's what I wanted from the very beginning with my talking little sprite. I love them so much. Kisses, kisses, kisses. It didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking of the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. We found two things that we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. Devious, come on! Okay, do you want a spoiler? Do you want a little spoiler for something? But not for anything like game related, for something that I hope to do one day. For my streaming. Do you need me to tell you all about that? Because I'm getting real fucking close to telling you about that. Look. Did the pianist die? Well, we'll have to fucking see, won't we? Body, guitar in hand, the pianist. Marty Tobia. He's a bit young to die, don't we think? Wow, we just fucked off right out of there, huh? Wow, that concert shot last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobiye, the blind pianist, arrested on suspicion of murdering romaine litters. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. ZT you are just as fucking bad as Dick Von Creature. You are. I'm gonna show you this man. 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 No. Right, it's spelled with a K and not a C. I'm sorry, you fell. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do I have to go into... There you go, that's a good picture of him. Here, let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me save image. Oh my god, a WebMD file again. Open, fine. I'll just take a screenshot. Okay? Okay? I forget that there's a secondary wiki that's way better than the fandom one. No, this one. Right, 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 right. You see this man? You see this man? You see this man right here? You see this man? You see this man? That's you. That's you. That is you. This man. Oh fuck me. This is you. Do you see this guy? That's just fucking you. That's you. That's you. It's you. Am I shaming you for it? I don't know. I don't know at this point. But that's you. That's you. That's you, okay? It's you. Well then, morning. Prosecutor Gavin. What a night, eh? I apologise for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together late that night. After all, yet... The powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lamid Roar was invited by the Borginian from Borginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case is wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. So, there are those circumstances are right. But, what about what makes Machi the only possible suspect? Forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Ah, right. It's just that I think you're so cool, Gavin, not Gant. Fuck. Fuck. I fucked up my joke. I think I like the sight of prosecuting Gavin better, actually. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Apollo. I'm not at liberty to discuss particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney. What? Did you just say? Me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. You mean Machi? Muchie wants me. Is this what we've been waiting for, Apollo? Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lamador. Right. Later. I hope I'm up to this. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. You said that already. Muchie, everything's going to be okay. We're here for you. Hi? Maybe you can tell me about last night? Huh? Oh, poor kid. It was when I realised how tough it must be. A little kid like this. In a country so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lemony Aurora can help? Didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Yeah, shouldn't they legally, like, get an interpreter for him? Yeah. Well, what are we going to do? That's, a good question. I can't think of anything we can do, but go with this. And hope for the best in tomorrow's trial. Fuck, that's it? That's all for the first day of investigation? Shit, dude. That was fucking nothing. That was fuck all, jeez. Yes, I'd like to continue. What do you think I do? Stream for 2 hours and quit? Courtesan session for... How do I say that? Muchie Tobahier, Your Honor. The pixie of Abegio. Begio? Right. His trial. Courtesan session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-okay, Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. Guess the culprit and he's sentenced to be in bed. I'm not going to tell you the joke that came to my head. You don't get to hear it now. You don't get to hear that one. That one's a private joke, just for me. My opening statement, yeah? No, actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about. Yes. Say, you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Or you say, I'm sorry? You say, you know, I really care about you. You bring them some, like, chocolate. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with what the fuck did you say? Something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly. You're in luck, Judge. I believe you'll be going to your hospital visit sooner than you think. Verse, to review the victim of this case. Romain Letus, age 35. The global manager for Diva Songstress, L'Amour. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. Court accepts this into evidence. 9:30. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in the shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found on the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. Let's see. Court accepts this into evidence. If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at weapons use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, he'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in the dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. They're talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet, when the witness entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly. The murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? Yes, that is, of course. The defendant, Machi Tobaye. Only this defendant could have committed the crime. But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well. I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show us a witness as to the stand. Yay! I was hoping it was going to be Sky. Your name and profession, please. I'm Sky. I'm a detective at the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered. And we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was a very vague testimony, Emma. It's not lucky that a detective was the first one on the scene. But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. After the murder, I was on security backstage. I did prosecutor Gavin's request. People involved in the concert were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. If you were the one chatting, I was eating snackos. Hey, no snacking in court. And you're sure the shots came from Lamirora's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. Went to the room filled with blaring music and found the body. Rock. Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? That's right. When we went to the dressing room, music was blaring over the speakers in the walls. They piped sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't want to listen to the Gavineers with your ears? You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear the music playing, then everyone on stage for the song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. Small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? Only one possibility, the air vent. But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. You can ask your fellow chatters why Gant is there. That's one. That's who you can ask. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. Not the people involved with the concert. Only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant. The pixie of Arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh? There was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Air Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had been recently opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Maki Tobaya's fingerprints. What? Order. That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Air Forehead. That fairy tale? What fairy tale does this suggest to you? Ugh. The only one who could pass through the vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our Pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience. So, this was his decisive evidence. I appreciate that your first that your first and only reason is that he's sexy. Quite decisive indeed. I know the circumstances under which the body was found. I was there. An examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer. I'm sure they have a good reason. They must have a good reason to arrest Machi. I'm going to find out what it was. I see. Okay. Z. Night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was a detective doing on the security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy. That day, at the concert hall. Conspiracy. Well, isn't it obvious? My keys! The whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into the murder victim's hands on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. Lame as fuck. Love, slow acting anew. At your quinine is waiting for you. He's singing something. Everything does this guy have to be so over the top? You think he's cool. Stop lying, Apollo. The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor adrift on the sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. I see. I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands? I believe that's enough. Prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way out, in and out of the crime scene, was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. Ugh. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict. My dude, that's a little jumping the gun, don't you think? Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left signs of evidence for us. That will have to be enough. Ugh, I can't get it be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. The defense has no contradicting evidence. Prosecution has presented our proof, clean and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Ugh, Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. We'd better come up with something quick. I know. Think what can get us out of this. We need evidence. or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent and beyond a doubt. Without that, Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now. This is it. And so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. Nope. Z, G, Sabe, Z, show evidence, call witness, I don't have proof. It's a good question. That's a good question. Call a witness. I mean, it's, so soon, Apollo, the defense is prepared to show contradicting evidence. That should be interesting. What sort of evidence? Yes, what sort of evidence, Mr. Justice? Show us evidence contradicting the prosecution's claims? I don't know. I mean, look at... I mean, like... the gun? Because, like, how can the kid have shot the gun? And... it's kind of hard to aim a gun when you're blind. Or the brooch, but I think that would come up later instead. The gun? The evidence does more than contradict. It flips the whole case on its head. Thank you for presenting evidence that is both clear and plain, as requested. Yes, clearly and plainly wrong. I'm afraid the only thing flipped on its head here is you as a child, Mr. Justice. Ugh. I guess that wasn't it. What would be contradictory evidence? 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 I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Help me, Phoenix. You know, don't you? I really have no fucking clue. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm not the ex attorney. I'm just an attorney being aced. That's all I am. An attorney being aced. Oh, man, oh, jeez, man. Oh. Oh man. Oh man. No, the game did. Like evidence or a witness that can prove Marchie's innocence. So let's think about it, okay? He's always with Lemmy, so maybe she can give him an alibi? Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there are no witnesses in this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, At Your Quinin, My Love. There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness. Ho-ho! Really now? And how did you come to possess knowledge that the prosecution clearly does not? Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... Yes. We went through this already, mate. I don't need to hear his dying words again. Go on, Lettuce. You can just, like, die again, please. Yes. The witness. The siren. What? The victim said that before he died. Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what Air Forehead says he said. It's not testimony, especially, since it comes from the defense attorney himself. But it's the truth. He said it. He even told you about it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, you need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. Ugh. There's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness. Let me roar. Recall Mr. Lettuce's last words. The witness is Siren. The siren. Aha! You mean the siren. That's right, the siren of the ballad. Let me roar. Let me roar was the only one on stage for the second set. It was only on stage for the second set. And she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There were no witnesses at this crime. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Let Me Roar to the witness stand. Let Me Roar would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today, we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. You speak English? Yes. Yes, I can. Although, I am not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language. nor where I studied it.
What does she mean she doesn't know?
I, too, thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course.
What's that?
Lamidor suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? Lamidor, that is not my name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Ooh, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As loud as singer, Lamidor, she lives a good life. There's little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little for people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this courtroom, Lamidor. Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lamidor, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you here to testify. Yet, that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you take the stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo, you're the bad guy. Ugh. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. And tell us what you saw the night of the crime. As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was when I learned that something had happened, but I was not told the details. I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it! She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has a sense to admit defeat, and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. Wow, you just got badder, Apollo. Way to go. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. I mean, Aurora wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. That night I was invited on stage, and I did that, and that I did. Oh. Not return backstage once.
Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing.
And was Machi with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Machi. With Machi, correct? How was he then?
He seemed as he always does. Though I believe he was shocked at the news of Mr. Letos's death. Yet he is not the type to show much emotion. Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far. We sat there, waiting.
How was the incident explained to you?
I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Letos died.
Of course, investigations require some security. But Mr. Latus was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I were besides ourselves with concern. Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was painful for me as it was as painful for me as it was for you. Yes, I understand. Think. What doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine Lamiro lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me on the night of the murder? I saw nothing that night. I was invited on stage, and so I did. I did not return to my backstage after the second stitch. And yet... I'm sorry, Lemmy Roar, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lemmy Roar's. She was wearing it for a song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lemmy Roar. How did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And, as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. What is the meaning of this Lemmy Roar? Please explain. Lemmy Roar. She says English is quite difficult. Drake's not going to work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? The fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right, when the incident occurred. Ah, she's talking about that. What's this room for me? I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Lettuce, can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness. You're cold. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Witness is siren. Siren? How can a witness... Can a witness... Siren witness anything? Yipes! Emma? What? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. Could have sworn I heard the door close. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this is where you dropped your brooch. Your brooch dropped. That explains that. Thus, there was no other time I could have dropped it. That's ridiculous. You looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch. Forehead. She has raised a possibility, and the only thing you can counter that is evidence. So, she looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. Forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Ugh. I closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Let me roar. You did look into the room, though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest glimpses. Gavin cooking Apollo alive. He really is. He loves making fun of him, but like, the thing that I really like about the thing that I really like about the dynamic between Gavin and Apollo as opposed to Phoenix and Miles is there's like there's no sense that they dislike each other heavily. Like they both think the other person is like real cool and they're really chill and it's really nice actually. I like how fun they are with each other. When my performance finished, I went backstage just for a moment. I saw nothing. Mr. Letros's body was behind a wall when I was led by police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. I'm told to wait there. I see. On the apology of Gavin, since he like make fun of you, yeah, but I wouldn't say that. I'm not sitting here being like, wow, you're so cool. He's so cool. Not that I don't like you. It's just we have a more wider Northern relationship, I'd say. You are the idiot to my idiot. On stage, invited on the stage, so I did. I went backstage just for a moment. I saw nothing. What did you see in the brief glimpse? I had only opened the door slightly when I heard a horrible voice and shut the door. I have always wondered, Airforehead. Does that voice of yours like a volume knob? It's my cords of steel, man. Just back off. And you're into it, aren't you, Gavin? Hmm. Hang on. For what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. Performance finished, I went backstage just for a moment. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Littause's body was behind a wall. Led by the police to the dressing room and told to wait there. Think. What doesn't ring true about her testimony? Why won't she tell me about the murder? So I did. Went backstage just for a moment. Well, let's figure this out, Apollo, shall we? People are playing with their hands and stuff, you know. But you clearly don't. When it was finished, I was backstage just for a moment. I saw nothing. That's
You imagine that someone would call him out for staring so intensely? Yeah, possibly. But, you know, I think people have just accepted that everyone's so eccentric, you know? There's seriously fucking nothing here. Gosh. You're a good liar. Alright, well, I saw nothing. Just a moment. I don't know. Learned what had happened, but I wasn't told the details. Doesn't ring true about her testimony. That's a good question, Apollo. It's a very, very good question. But it has to be something to do with the perceiving. Because we're trying to catch you out in a lie, right? And it's nothing to do with your face, so... And I can't see your hands from here, so... Anything else? Oh. Gotcha! You swallow.
A light to Mr. Latos's body, you say? Yes? You know something more about Mr. Latos's death than you are saying. What? I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. I can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was so terrible after that, after all. Why did Mr. Latos have to be shot? One moment, let me roar. Yes, what? What was it you just said? Why did Mr. Latos have to be shot? Yes? She was hiding something, I knew it. Let me roar. I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony. How could that be? Take this. Medora contradicted her testimony, her own testimony, and I should have evidence to prove it.
What? What was her testimony? Why did the Medora have to be shot? What was her testimony? It was finished. I went backstage just for a moment. I couldn't see anything because there was a wall. So you did see the crime, right? Is that what we're saying?
If I do not misunderstand the meaning of contradiction, it is you who contradict Mr. Justice. Huh? Evidence is meaningless.
Why did Mr. Latos have to be shot? That's right, this totally contradicts her testimony. How does that contradict her testimony? How does that what evidence is there to contradict it? Shot in the right shoulder. What? 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 The fact that she shouldn't know? Is that what we're saying? Is it the fact that she shouldn't know? Oh, Gad, if only you were here to help me.
Tell me, let me roar. How did you know that he had been shot? Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court. No one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet, you knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known? Yeah. Let me roar. You weren't hiding something from the court, I hope. Now, the sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now that I remember, please allow me to add to my testimony. Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something. I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the walls, and that's how I knew Mr. Latouche had been shot. Only a glimpse, and yet you knew there were bullet holes. Yes, I recognized them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know. You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country. I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lemmy Laura someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. The studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Cause of Steel tour too. Probably not, mate. Here's the thing, mate. You wouldn't have seen the bullet holes if you just opened the door. It would have been the wrong direction. The singer lady makes you mad? Why? What makes you not like her? I mean, roar. They call you the siren of the ballad, but your lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. Put down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such a put down hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Because she's a liar. I mean, you kind of have to deal with a lot of liars in this series, so... So polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah. Come on, I can't be cool for once. Observe the diagram. Let me roar. You looked in from the door just for a moment. Correct. Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes? But they were in the wall. They were in the wall the door is on. See, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Yeah. God, her outfit is gorgeous, though. She's got the same pattern as my jacket does. Let me roar. Yes. I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something. And I must tell you what it is I saw. Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Bulgaria. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Latouche died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemmy-Roar. Very well, Lemmy-Roar, please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. I was on my way back from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's when I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Vaki. It was a grown person. I know it was. So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say? Ugh. This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Forehead. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination. Great job going, Apollo. You were right about Lamidor. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. So you were heading towards the dressing room? Yes. So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. At the same time, Emma and I heard those shots. I was on my way back. What exactly is something like a little window? Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think that this is how to say it, yes? You need not worry, Lamidor. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers the detail? A little window on the wall. I saw the crime through there. 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. You were certain you heard 2 shots fired? Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard the faint sound like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot much closer. And there were 2 bullet holes in the scene. No contradiction so far. It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure? Yes, quite certain. It amuses me that you would question a testimony. It is testimony in your favor. It isn't my job to object. Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking? Josie, let's just listen to what Lamidor has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, of course. You see, a grown person? That's a little vague. I am sorry. My skill with your knowledge is lacking, I know. Certainly, you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. It was a man. A young man. And you're sure of that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. Doesn't seem likely that you would have had a clear view of the shooter. I am a singer. I rely more on my ears and my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice? It was the voice of the man. So you had a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latous? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latous who spoke, I would have known. Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi. Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it could cast this case into a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion on this testimony?
I mean, here's the thing. Well, it could be fine. It could be just fine. So here's the thing. It's a good testimony for me, right? For me as the defense attorney, right? However, if it was a grown man and you saw the shooting then why did no one see him?
No, it pains me to say this. There's something about Lemirora's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Air Forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is, as well as I do, Kevin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through the air vents. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lemirora has to be lying. I know. And I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is, as Air Forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? What's he talking about? Lemidor. I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet, remember that you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a beast. What does the prosecution mean? Apollo? What's he talking about? No one bats an eye when he says stuff like that. I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room. Yes, and when the murder took place, the window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lamirora, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. But she's the only eyewitness we have. So you say. And the victim named her the siren as the witness. That's right. That's what Miss Littus. We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Judge. Yes. The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please? I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But, I mean, Roar can't testify. Then we don't have a choice. A chance of proving Machi's innocence. This cross-examination is over, Prosecutor Gavin. You may continue making your case. Danke. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Wait, let me hear Lemirora's testimony once last time. But the cross-examination is already over. Until such time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand. I'm sorry, I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, air forehead. I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I just like saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Sky. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Lotus killer could have escaped was through that air vent in the ceiling. Yes, there was only one way out of the room, and a witness was standing in front of it. That air vent wasn't very big, so kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have a difficult time. You sure would, not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved in the concert. The only one who meets the conditions of our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself. She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye. Oh? What's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances? Again? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Lotus's body disappear from the room? And end up on top of the stage. Holding a guitar, no less. A perceptive observation there, Judge. Yes, thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You get a nose for things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does it lead us to the killer? I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamurora's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lamurora's song? Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not? It's code. All the events that day follow the lyrics to their song. First, the keys my heart held on so tightly were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Lotus's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together on the stage. That's mad. A story out of some fairy tale. I admit, I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me. Grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting the songs, but killing? It's a wild world out there, Judge. Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get to the next, the cross-examination. Not sure I'm going to be doing much singing. I believe Marty stole the body for some lyrics, moved the body to match the song. Phew. Does the prosecution have any idea why he'd do all this? You want my scientific opinion? No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all the trouble. Some deep reason. A deep reason? Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts even if he had a reason, and worse if he had none. The diva's complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this just on a whim. Fraulein Detective, I take offense to that description. Indeed, it does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say. Yes, this crime was planned for sure. Country had a motive to kill him, and Machi practically left a signature at the scene. All of the evidence clearly points to the defendant. What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice, and the shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what, exactly? That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible, to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you said? Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other sensors to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in the room just was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. Knew those bullet holes come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? Good question. I personally, I would like to raise an objection, please. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. Because it's such a high caliber, and you know, him being so fucking small, it'd be hard to keep that thing steady. The revolver was very clearly a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobier, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw him off his aim. Convincing argument, to be sure. Take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim, aren't you kind of, admitting he did it? Oh. It doesn't matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even this defense seems to agree on that point. Ugh. Ah. Cripes. I really put my foot in it this time. Yeah, but would he really just straight miss? But let's get the facts of the matter on record. If you would, Fraulein Detective. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony. Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. You can't just say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof, per se. Huh? You've merely raised the possibility. Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how could he know about the air vent in the first place? A very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you could care to explain. He certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a ladder, not a step ladder, a ladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking for all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobier. He would have known that there was a way out at the top of that stepladder. But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only need to consider what the stepladder was doing there. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, forehead. Out of ammunition, perhaps. I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need. We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That could take down some of their central points. Do I have any evidence to prove that, though? Present evidence or no need. What would I present? What could I present as evidence to conclude that he could, in fact, see? Like what? Like the fact that the name got wiped away, because if he was blind, then it wouldn't be so intentional, and because he wouldn't have known it was there. But it's very intentionally wiped away. Is that what we're saying? Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who is blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter could see. This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene? I don't care much for the smoke on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction in the crime scene photo. This? The contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstones. It's I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha! I get it! At least I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Laters was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think has happened here. It does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat. I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were the killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree that this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know that the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Laters was writing in his own blood. Once the killer saw it, what it was... Wait. He saw what it was. But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Aha. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobier, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet, up until now, it seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert, apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. Sure, I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock. With these documents. But before that, I have a question for Fraulein Detective, if I may. What? Tell us, why do you think that Machi Tobier is blind? Huh? What did you say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lemmy Roar lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. We have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobier. According to this, Machi Tobier can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. But you said... What did I say exactly? Forehead. Not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only time the one who did that was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machi Tobier sees, and he was the only one who could have flared through the air vent. I see no problems with this. But what about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, bullet holes. I believe Air Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was a kickback from a .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. Ugh. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has flown off for brighter skies. Ugh. This is where the real fun begins, Air Forehead. Ugh. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk! Just what was I here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. If we can please end the bickering now? Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Ugh, don't say that. Ah, aha! Aha what? This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written there. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. Guys, it's luminol. Guys, it's luminol. Guys, it's luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Yes. Have we done those tests yet? Ha! As if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform a blood test, a section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in the court now? Right, go for it, Apollo! Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. In that case you seem to love so much. Yes, I believe in analysis called for. How about it? Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press sprays and spray the area. Here, give it a go. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your head is shaking. Ugh, let's do this. Huh. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it was for a robot. Ah, I have it. So, what is it? I thought those letters were familiar. IPXX. That is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes. Most are undercover agents working to solve international criminal crimes. But why would he write that number? Why wouldn't Mr. Lettuce even know a number like that? Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. Your Honor, we can verify the number immediately. Der Lion, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Sub weirdo, with extra shading for whatever reason. Der Lion, you heard what we need. Go check into the Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30. No, give me 27. Not sure what I think of all this. Prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. What if the number is really that of an Interpol agent? Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobier is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. Possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. I didn't miss to let us know an Interpol ID number. That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobier. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. That does not raise another straightforward question. Yeah, well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, Air Forehead? Huh? Me? Machi Tobier pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think that perhaps this is some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard the report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machi Tobier pretended to be blind. But it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? It wasn't for himself. Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? Why did he have to feign blindness? Why would he have had to feign blindness? The publicity? So that's what I'm thinking. He would have had to feign blindness because of, because they were doing it for publicity's sake. Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, Air Forehead. It seems you've thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Don't lie to me, Apollo. You think he's cool. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. That is L'Ami-Roar. L'Ami-Roar and Machi Tobier recall their relationship, in particular their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. L'Ami-Roar and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. At all times, Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, isn't it part of their, performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Really? Really? It was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was L'Ami-Roar. What's this? So, you mean to say that L'Ami-Roar is... she's... Yes, Your Honor, L'Ami-Roar is blind. What? Order, order, order. This is crazy. Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some light on the sanity of the madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet, I see it is not vast in vain this time. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why don't we ask Lamidora herself? I believe she is still in the witnessing waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me. I have no idea, she couldn't say. I hadn't even imagined it up until now. Bailiff, bring in Lamidora. Lamidora. It pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must. Please, do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes. She really can't see? Really? It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in Bulgarian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are... Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamidora. Know too that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamidora. I see. You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of the trial there, forehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witness. Now, let me roar. I must ask you stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intention to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. Though I admit, I'm a little bit lost here. I think we're all a little bit lost here, Your Honor. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. But this is a murder trial. I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would. She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well, does the defense have something to add? I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it would be best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful for the witness. There's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'd be happy. One part, huh? If you viewed in a world of darkness and sound, my producer came up with a VR line before he knew. Had to pretend I could see. Everyone on the staff knew, but no others. No, not that. When you say your staff, does that include Mr. Lettuce? Of course. He was my manager. He knew. That's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what's bothering our young defense attorney. You were thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. How he claimed Lammy to be a witness. Yes, get on with it. Don't need to flash back to the same thing like 5 times. Mr. Lettuce told me to ask the witness and named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. Tisk. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of the last words more. The witness siren. We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense. Imagining that's fucking hilarious. I remember them well myself, but the statement is not to what I refer. I'm able to accept before that. Before? What came before that? Ah! That's right. He tried to tell you. He said, can't see. He wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad for the defense, did not. Well, forehead. Try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Order. Recall Lemmy Roar's earlier testimony. I was on my way back to the stage from the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop. But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. Not to the point. Not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Lettuce witnessed her through the window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor! What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in a session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number has Mr. Lettuce left us. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescend, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Ryan. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX314206. The agent registered under that number was Romaine Lettuce. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Lettuce himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Lettuce was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamiro's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found.
Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latos. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number was on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's got to tie in somehow, I'd think. You'd think. Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Oh wait. Labrador, is something the matter? That voice just now. The Ryan. The Ryan. Is it? It was him. I am sure of it. It was him. You aren't saying that voice I heard talking to Mr. Letos when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was the Ryan. Is this some kind of joke? What? No way. Courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Let me roar, fingering the Ryan Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Laminor heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I'd keep up with it. Hey, no wimping out now, Apollo. Ooh. How the trial goes. How the trial goes. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So you're naming him as the guy who did it. He was on stage performing. So how would he have gotten back there? Well, we still don't know anything about that mysterious guy. He might not even show up. And be important to this particular case. He might just kind of, he might just kind of show up briefly and then fuck off again. There's a lot left in this. I'm not sure if I'm going. I'm not sure how I feel about continuing this. I could go all out and finish. I very much could. I'm not sure though. I'm really not sure. Well, even if I continue, then I definitely need food. Because I am hungry. It is 1:30 and I need food. Question is, do we have cheese in the house? Because there's no cheese, then what am I meant to do about my food? How am I meant to eat food if there's no cheese? I need cheese. You understand, right? You understand that I need cheese? Cheese is very, very important to my eating habits, really. Actually, I'm gonna go check if I've got cheese. Ugh, Jesus. Give me a second. We got cheese, guys. We got cheese. I'm safe. We got cheese. I could make myself some pasta. I could make myself some pasta, and then we can continue like hanging out. You know, continue with the thing until we're finished with this. Because I keep doing that. Yeah, let's do that. Because I would just make the garlic bread that's in there, but I want to leave it there just in case my mother wants to eat it instead. So I might tomorrow go buy myself some. Just so I've got something for Monday. And we'll see if I can finish this. So this stream might end up being long as fuck, but you know, we've done that before. I should get a better giveaway gear so you're not fuck it up anyway. Should I do that? I should do that, shouldn't I, Gant? For you, Gant. For you. So let's do that. And give me a second, I'll go put on some pasta and come back.
wait for things to be washed. Oy. Oy. But we will continue this and we'll try and finish it. I'm just hungry and I need food, and you need food. If you haven't eaten, you should go have some food. If it's like past your eating time anyway, or if it's just in time for your eating time, that works too. Whew, I'm also chilly. I need to put on something else. Things for things are going well for my presentations and stuffs. Things are smooth, you know, smooth. I want to find that image that I saw the other day, that promotional image. Actually, it was probably this week. No, that was the fan art version. How are you guys been? How are you guys going? How's everything going? I've been great. I rewatched the second season of The Vampire Diaries in no time. Hi Mizu. Hi Mizu. How you going, Mizu? What's up, Mizu? You feeling good? Bet you are. I bet you're feeling very good. You doing good? Yeah. How you going? How are things? Oh my god, I really did look at it ages ago. I like too much. Hi Shinji. I like too much fan art. You just finished a 7-hour marathon. What were you doing? What kind of thing has you doing 7 hours? I say hypocritically, considering the stream's probably gonna end up being over that. Sons of the Forest. I've never heard of that. What's that one? Is that a game? I'm assuming yes. Survival game. Let me Google it. High female whining. So pretty. Oh, that kind of like a straight up survival game. That's interesting. That's real interesting. Got some real body horror elements in there. It's 67% off on Steam. Wow. Probably not my kind of thing though. I get grossed out really easily, so. Oh my god. Wow. Judging myself for all this fan art that I've liked. Was it really that long ago? I guess it was. This was when they first. I'm looking for art when they first announced the Prince Hotel collaboration, and that was like, jeez, fuck, a month or so ago. That was before the whole the manga revival. Jesus. Look at all of you. All my gay people and my seeing robots. Look at all of you. Keep going down. Where is that fucking post? I know I liked it. Because I thought it was really cute. hi, Luke. Forgot I had a piece of fan art of Luke at me on my like list. Where's it gone? 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 That's my when I was super into damn again. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Come show your face for me, please. I need it. Come on. That was so long ago. Jesus fucking Christ. There it is. No, it's not. That's a different thing. Might have an easier time if I go on the Discord. There it is. Found it. Finally. Hi there. That took a little while, but I found you. I found you. I found you. Anyway, save the image to my JPEGs folder, and so now I can now I've got official art that I can use. Yay! It's for decorating for my birthday stream. Because I need to decorate things, you know. I've got to decorate so much. I've got plans in my blogs. I've got plans. I've got many plans. Many plans. But the presentation's going well. I'm very proud of how things are turning out. I can't really think of anything that I can really tell you about it without being very spoilery with it. It's like, you know, I can't tell you everything about the presentation because then what would be the point of you watching me and me holding you hostage as I tell you everything that you ever needed to know. So I can't tell you too much, even though I'd like to. But I guess related content would be I keep getting advertisements for the Prince Hotel now. So many advertisements for the Prince Hotel. Like they're not bad ads at all. You know, it's just one of those things where you're like, huh. You know, that makes me want to drop $500 on a passport and then drop a further $2,000 on traveling to Japan. I can't do that though. I just can't do that. That's just not something that I can really do, even though I'd like to. Traveling's scary. No, it's not the end. I'm taking a break because I need lunch. We're going to continue. We're probably going to finish the case because I don't really want to split it. I'm just telling you needless things until my pot's washed. Is my pot washed yet? Oh god, is it taking fucking forever? past is order. The past is order. The past is order. More than nil. Well, not technically. I put it on the stove, so it'll be done in like 10-15. So let's. Why don't we just get back to it? You know. What do I have? I don't really have anything to say to you. I don't really have anything to say to you. I could not do a just chatting stream without my presentation. I could not. I don't have anything interesting to say. But you know, that's what you guys are here for, right? You're here to like talk to me and like ask me questions so I can like continue a conversation. That's what you're meant to do, right? Right. Anywho. Z. Yes. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, you know, actually nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it, the suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what would you score it? Score? Gee. I guess I would, well, or maybe, well, I'm just as bad as you. See? It's so vague. Clearly. Archie avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked the Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX314206. Was the agent registered under this number? Was Romain Letus. The victim, Mr. Letus, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent. What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Roar told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Letus when I heard the gunshot fired. It was him. It was Mr. Derlion. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Then why did you become an attorney? Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he just some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine. Right. Well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. I mean, Roar dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian. I mean, Roar said she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. I mean, I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at the Ryan, even? You bet I did! He was one of the Gaviniers' guitarists, after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. Well, the Gaviniers have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But the mirror heard him, didn't she? She heard the Ryan backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying, either badly, very badly here. An Interpol agent, I was wondering, what is Interpol, anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them International Police instead of making up a silly name? Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating La Mirror? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances. It's all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that was something to do with something. That something being a case, and the last something I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Letters up to? Trissy? Was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Yo! Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. GLAMOUR. I knew I was right to give this stream this title. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at him. Hey, the other day. Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat, friend of yours? Hardly. We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? No, he looks fantastic. He looks amazing. It's you, Uncle Valant. Uncle Valant? He's your uncle? No, silly. He's the great GLAMOUR, Valant GLAMOUR. I don't think that's what it's meant to read, but that's how I'm reading it. The Grand Magician. Can you do a magic trick? Valant, I want a magic trick. Please, please, pretty please. GLAMOUR. Valant GLAMOUR. Yes, it is I, the great Valant GLAMOUR, as seen on television. Could you please stop smirking like that? No, he looks fantastic. Apollo, don't ruin this for me. It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years, to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valant. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So, be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Golf clap. A little golf clap. I want to see a magic trick. Please, please, please. Though my starter may sear the sight, I am quite down to earth when they needs calls. Oh my god, I love him. He kind of looks like Northden, but I love him. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on a magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. Fuck you, Apollo. I like magicians to ruin this for me with your nihilism. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. I love this guy so much. Fucking dying. Oh my god. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. Trucy's real father. Hi, sir. I'm so happy to meet you, sir. Oh, wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammare. Grammari. 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 Oh, Grammari. Troop Grammari. No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life. Lamentably listless lad. To not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet? Volant Grammari. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I've heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all the gold disappear from the safe. And then escaped from a high security prison. You said he was a magician? I open the locks to hearts and chains. By mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grammare. I love you. I love you. I love you, please, please, I want to listen to you go on about all of this forever. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammare. Yes, Zach Grammare. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy? Huh. Oh, no way. Once upon a time, Group Grammare included 2 grand magicians. Do that again, please. Do it again. Myself, Valant Grammare, and my partner, Zach Grammare. This Zach was... He was my real daddy. Trucy's father, magician. I guess that makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. Ugh. I've been remiss to remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valant. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum, my first time in 7 years, I could feign not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. I don't care if some horrible truth is revealed about you. I love you with my entire heart. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape. Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I've brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop GLAMOUR. Will you watch it? Wow, look at him. That made Gavin look like such a douchebag. Okay. I'm guessing this is meant to, like, help with evidence, generally. Okay. Oh, jeez. God, his model's so whack, I kinda love it. Okay. I want to know how that trick was done. I hope we get to learn how that trick was done, because that was so cool. I'm guessing perhaps a trick of mirrors? Looks like a trick like that usually involves, like, visual illusions, like mirrors and stuff. He's so cool. Interesting. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious. There are many mysterious things. There are more mysterious things in our song going on. Way more mysterious. This Volant Gamare has good reasons to be here today, but I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. I don't care, I love him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh my god. I'm in love. I'm in love. I found my favorite Apollo Justice character. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Your entire outfit is incredible. Your music is spot the fuck on. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Can you tell me more about this? I was wondering. A stunt in the middle of the show there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Let Me Roar vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that! I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. So young, yet so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation. A monochrome of magic from me to you. So that was you! So that's why you were at the concert. Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you were the one who knows how it was all done. Of course! I am like a deity with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlights, boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. Yes, my dear brother. The pasta, is it ready?
I'll come back for you, plant. I love you so much, dude. Oh my god, my pasta. Getting my pasta.
Sweet. I return. I return.
I return with food. Delicious food. So much food for me. But I sat on the thing. Yup, yup. My clothes getting all twisted. It's uncomfortable. Oh, look at this guy. Oh my god, I love him so much. Love him so much. Look at him. Look at him, he's great. He's great. He's great. Give me a second. I need to eat some of this. So I make sure that I eat something. I love this guy though. I love this guy. He's so fantastic. He's so fantastic. He's like everything I like about Look at Me without the pretentious asshole bit. He's great. He's great so far. He seems like a solid dude, and like if something changes and horrible things are revealed about him, I don't even care anymore. Like, I've already decided that I love this bitch. Look at him, look at his hair. Oh my god. Oh, and he's wearing yellow. I don't know, characters with yellow in their design. I'm into them. This is a good pasta. This is way better than when I was eating pasta the other day. I don't know what's different about it, but it's somehow better. Okay. Like, I'm not even half done, but let's continue. I'll stop and take bites in between, I guess. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, Jersey. That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, is not. Mais non, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. So what? Recall the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Oh! Don't even ask. I won't answer. This sprite. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is my type. This is my type. This is my type.
Too bad for you, Apollo. What side are you on? I, Valant Gamari, now make you my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valant. You could stay a while. I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with another analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valant Gamari. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost being that bit of magic that made Laura disappear, and how he knows Trucy and her real father. They worked together. Of course he... I think that one we can easily infer, Apollo. But whatever, any excuse to spend even longer with him. I'm gonna be disappointed in the fan art of him, aren't I? It's just gonna be non-existent, isn't it? Let's go then. Nope, wrong buttons. WASD. Detention center. Marty may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right. The event. And he lied. Lied? Marty Tobier can see. Yeah, but... he never said that. Other people said that. Machi. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. Kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. But, since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. So, what did you think of the trial today? Phew. I'm glad he doesn't understand English at all, after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey! All's well that ends well! You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? Interesting. I'm glad Laura testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. The Ryan of the Cavaliers. The detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey. What? What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just... I couldn't help but feel that... I don't know. Machi... He doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Not he lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it would take something big to get him some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamidora can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Well, I'll come back once I've done a bit of investigation. To the Colosseum. Whoa! Pretty cool. Ooh, what a great day! It's perfect weather for sleuthing. No weather matters for an investigation. Now I think about it, we've never done an investigation in the rain. It's rained on the night of the murder before, but it's never rained during the investigation. Huh. Huh, weird. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training! This is a perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be so shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lamidor. I'm sorry about today. There was nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Although, it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh. You must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Well, so she claimed yesterday, but how? That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I didn't know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait. Let me roar. Is something the matter? That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. No way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Ryan and this Lettuce were talking about something. The next moment I heard some gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite threatening. I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Dorian's voice that you heard? Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Laminor. I was singing at a restaurant in Virginia, and he was playing the piano. Yes, he was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes. We'd held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. About Mr. Lettuce? Ah, yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be an undercover cop. But someone was after him. They had to know who he was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea. I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. True darkness lies in my heart. In your heart. I have no memory of the time before I became Laminor. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Laminor is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Laminor. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often, when I fear who I might have been. Interesting. No one's picked this up still? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small, maybe no one's noticed. I kind of want to pick it up. It might be a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick out in my mind for some reason. You're not gonna you fucking idiot. Sure, why not? Just don't pick up the obvious clue. Whatever you want to do, Apollo. Whatever you want to do. Oh, really? Nothing in here at all? Well then. Ah, yes. Chalk. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. Anyway. Nothing here at all either. Okay. No need to be here then. That song. Isn't that what Lemmy was singing? Yeah, they're getting the... That's right, the guitar serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'll come see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. Uncle Valant! What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. But let me roar teleportation illusion. Ooh. Should anything be wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valant can shed some light on the whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lemmy Roar's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed. The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the show, he said, make her disappear, like a dream. Like a dream? Yet, when what I can work with on the stage meant for musical endeavours. There are none full of the convenience of the stage, built for a sorcerer's axe. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. Cool. She disappeared from on top of the tower, but in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People came to me... Ah, fuck, you're talking too fast. My illusions are custom made. Interesting. So what did you actually say earlier? People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a big thing as far as the fortunes of the troupe Gramarye are concerned. So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And went well it did! Now, speaking of pianos... A piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why did you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go check out myself, thanks. I know what you were thinking in that head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. I love you. Actually, yes, you're right. Well, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that, and he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifique Gramarye. It was he who began the great troupe Grammarie. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet, several years later, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like the one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we'll rise up from obscurity into fame's shining stage once more. I mean, Vegas is into magicians if you need someone to perform. I do it not only for the magic, but for the magic that is Grammarie, but for my partner. Your partner, you mean? Yes, Zach Grammarie. Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago. There was no name higher than Grammarie in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valant Grammarie. So, Valant and Zach. Our founder, Magnifique Grammarie, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one that I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go, and, what happened to the jet again? Apparently, someone doesn't remember it all as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had this talent. In no time at all, Valant and Zach were shining stars of the Grammarie crown. Cool, huh? And Zach Grammarie was my daddy. Now that Magnifique and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valant Grammarie, who brings the Grammarie miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot roll quite quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. How do we manage to get off the topic of the case quickly all this time? Well, time to investigate that piano. What's wrong with the piano, sir? That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you something. No good, he can't play either. Kinda feel bad for the guy now. Maybe this is my big chance. Stand back, you can see the debut of a prodigy. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try again. There's something stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look! This is stuck between the strings. It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown it into the piano. Switch, but we're not sure what it's for. Hi! Do you know anything about this? I don't think you do, but like... Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me on the stage, and before me is the stage, and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye. True, you're getting on in years. You're not much time left to make your mark, huh? This is not how I was seeing it. He doesn't care about what I have to show him. I get the point. Okay. Okay. Well, something else to look at in here? Probably, but anything important, I mean. Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please? No, no fiddling. You'll break something. If you're going to make an omelette, you've got to break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look kind of expensive. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. You could find 20 you could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Hey! Are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that. And a ladder we used to climb the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it. Do you think, you know? I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Letus up on the top of this tower. Yeah. I used to not like high places, now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though, that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too. Huh? No kidding. Yeah! You're both bad with heights. That's kind of cute. He took me to a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled rejection over and over. Oh my god, I love that! Oh my god, I love that! I love that! I love that! I love him! I love him! I love him! I love him even more than I did before! It's before I was like a hesitant, I feel obligated to give you this S tier. Now it's a true, meaningful S tier. Phoenix! You're so dumb and I love you. Poor guy. I love that so much. Anyway, bye dude. I got other things to investigate. I don't think you'll know anything about this, but doing it outside was limited. I don't know what I have heard and felt. Like when I showed her stuff the other day, she was still pretending she could not see. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the side of the stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently, they hit a professional magician. Valant Calamari. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Calamari made me swear to never tell us all. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the ground. Device? You mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What? What do you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears them during the concert. I wonder whose it is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? See the transmitter for voice signals. All concert staff wore them. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of those headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Can I ask you about the headset, Lamidor? You said that all the concert staff were wearing one? That is correct. You need them to communicate across a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think. So, Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work for the 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. You think someone would notice if they drop their only communications lifeline? So, why is there one lying here? I don't think there's anything else I can ask you, really. Ah, hi, Emma. Oh. Only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the 2nd degree in court, and the prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. Talking about the bloodstain Mr. Lettuce left. My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Lettuce was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you, I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Chocolate Saku's popular down at the precinct or something. I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not going to find any clues in here, though I did find something strange. Something strange. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. Apparently it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamiora's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Ryan's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was that true, what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to the song's lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped key ring was stolen. Then, Let Me Roar flew through the sky. Then, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And then at the end, a bullet took out Mr. Latrousse's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar, well, 15 feet into the air. Up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to a coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So, what did you find? So little, I must have passed over it yesterday. I found this under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looks familiar, so I examined it. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a Beetle. Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some kind. An electronic signal, you say? Interesting. Well, do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press a switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. Signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma. You know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this. Let me try pressing the switch. Youch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! That's a big idea. Yeah, because that I was like, that looks like a lighter. Well, now we don't know what it is. An igniter. This part must work like a lighter. It clearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose, at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about the switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. What were you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you! You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram on the stage area. Let's see, 30 feet from Lamidora's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It looks like it would cover the stage. It seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage.
How far into the air was the thing anyway? I didn't Apollo talk about how they climbed 30 feet into the air? So wouldn't it have to be... Wouldn't it have to have been pressed by someone much closer? Because, like, I'm assuming that that little device is the thing that, set Gavin's guitar on fire. But, you know, why else would that be here, and why else would it, do nothing but light a fire? But really, to go through all that fucking effort for this, jeez. It does make me wonder about the, motivations of the killer. Really. Like, what's the point with the whole thing, right? Like, I guess there's not really a point to a lot of things that people do. But still, like, it just makes me question. Makes me question, you know, it makes me question. Ugh, my beautiful, beautiful posture, you're going cold and I need to eat you. Though, with this case, I'm not sure right at this stage I can predict who the actual killer is, though. Because I can see the reasoning behind basically anyone doing it. Not motive-wise, more of I can see why they'd be suspicious in the circumstances. But I just can't say for certain who did what. Guess I'd better be getting on with my investigation. I'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have a look at it, look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Interesting. I don't think you could tell me anything about anything else, though. Maybe this, but... Nope, not at all. Rate of chewing is increasing. Better back off before it's too late. I love it. I love that. I love the little character trait of her just eating when she's upset. It's so cute. She's so adorable. I don't think there's really anything else in here that I need to examine. So I'll come back if I have to. Still nothing in here? Yep. Dead end room.
Hi, you're so cool and stuff, and I love you. I love you so much. You're so cool, dude. You're so cool, dude. Ugh. Where else? Do I need to go though? What else would I need to? Like talk about? Yo! What? Come to laugh at the murderer. Ryan. That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute, thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Ryan isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid. So, about your alibi? You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. Music was blaring when we heard those gunshots and found Mr. Lettuce's body. I've got about 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. It's no need to yell at me. It's Lemmy Laura's fault. She was the one who said she heard your voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. Don't call her that. She's only 40. How could she possibly identify me? They won't let you work. They won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till the suspicion clears. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud. He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? And then, there at the performance just now, what was all that? This part is off. Which part is that? Second guitar. It was you, Dorian. He's just a perfectionist, is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviniers are the best. I have all your albums. Band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on! Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Dorian, the Crescend. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. To the prosecutor's office? Oh my god, I can never get to go there. God, you've got... Oh, wow. You know? Is it rude to say I'm not the least bit surprised? Is that rude to say? I'm not the least bit surprised this is what your office looks like, mate. So, this is it. The Gavanier's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking what it is, this creepy thing. Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh, well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide somewhere. Hide behind a bookshelf and real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd be waiting quietly so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? Make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? A replica? So, why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, letters. Letters. Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Ryan. Huh? Hiya. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's enough tea in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Philanthropist, hard to say in that voice. You think it's an interesting distribution of items, do you? I mean, I think it's horrible that he has his filing cabinet in a corner like that. That's absolutely disgusting to me. But the rest, I'm not surprised. This, him, Gavin, Rockstar, not surprised. This is what his office looks like. Not at all. Watch and learn, Apollo. Oh, who have you come to see? Huh? Calavir, lead vocalist of the Gaviniers, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Well, I guess I should try asking about... I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with GLAMOUR, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone to tour Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard GLAMOUR's voice. It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. Yeah, it's really weird. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, that dulect voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from GLAMOUR. And the music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And what very guitar, that very guitar, right over there. You mean the charred lump? Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history. And it's not only browned, and it's only browned, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used the guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during the song anyway? Why did the guitar suddenly catch fire? I think we know at this point, Apollo. Do you think you could show it to us? The charred, I mean slightly burnt guitar. I'm sure he doesn't mind. What could happen to it? Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, forehead? I'm gonna let that slide, Gavin. I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concept of tragedy. The prosecutor's deadly song. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show. It's an article. News, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It's endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there too? Huh? Yes, the Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice to say, this is a big news over there as well. Though, they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics of my song. Probably no one in Borginia could believe that. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. LAMOUR's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine. Which is why I've had Dorian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Colosseum. LAMOUR was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand now how much I want to solve this case. Quickly, if possible. Well, apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. I'm not here to get his attention. Oh, Apollo, don't lie to me. You'd love his attention, wouldn't you? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I I thought it was the staff playing a gag on me. I guessed it wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like GLAMOUR. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing that night, and she made a present of it. So the guitar is from Virginia. That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in GLAMOUR's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors have a lot of clout. Still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. Interesting. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood from inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Broken device? Yes. This, in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. That device looks strangely familiar. I don't think I can talk to you about it, though. I should ask you about these, though. Looks like one of the tour issue headsets. Why are you wearing it, Farlight? I thought it would be cool. I could pretend I was concert security and stuff. Actually, we found it at the venue and thought you might want it. Oh, no, please, you keep it. It goes well with your cape, Fraulein. You think? She does look like she belongs on the stage with that for sure. Prosecutor Gavin, about this remote... Wait. Excuse me, did you say something? Remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Too early to show my hair now. You would think someone with such a loud voice could speak more clearly, yeah? I don't think I can. It has to be one of these. What is it, Paula? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in GLAMOUR's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? There were two of them. One at the scene of the crime and one inside the guitar. Why would they happen too? And why was it under a sofa? Interesting.
Well, I'll come back if I have anything else I need to say to you, but, yeah, I don't think there is really anything else.
This place is deserted. I wonder where Lemmy went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful, I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little.
Okay, you're still here. Nothing new then. I'm guessing that this is still gonna be empty. Yeah. You're still here. Okay. What new thing would there be? I don't know what I meant to do now. What else could I possibly show you?
What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum. Maybe he likes chewing it when he was chewing it when that phone rang? So he put it on the plate for later consumption? You'd think a rock star would afford a fresh steak. Don't jump to conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although it really shouldn't be. I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is it? It's like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, lettuce. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Lettuce? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who? Us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. Tell the truth. I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Lettuce was after. This lump. Do you mind telling us what you know about it? This was found in Mr. Lettuce's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analysed it, and there's not much to say, other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. It looks like it's meant to be a replica of a gemstone. You mean whatever Mr. Lettuce was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, I could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia. But apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Borginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Lettuce went through all the trouble and became Lemuel's manager. Just to come to the country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. Huh. I'll send someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lemuel. Perhaps she knows something about it being a Borginian. I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Air Forehead. Thanks. Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance? Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. Guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same thing about you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. One that Mr. Lettuce was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Herr Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein? Can I ask why you sing in a band? Ah! Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Alright. Bye-bye then. Hi, Emma. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lemuel is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Leroy's missing. It's hard to imagine her wandering off on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Alright then. It's not backstage. Oh dear. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. Power breaker must be off for this section. Great. Oh, go get someone. Yipes. It was really dark out there. Dark? That's all Lemuel has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in the world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Oh! Like something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. It's bugging me too. What are you talking about? This. I see it. Hey, that case. Wasn't that opened before? Oh, I guess someone closed it. Wait. Look. Where the case closes. Something sticking out. It doesn't look like an instrument. don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Oh, dear. Let me roar! Let me roar! Emma, we have to get Emma. A roar was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Emma, how's Lemmy Roar? Is she okay? Well, we all owe you big thanks for that, I'm sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not... Oh, see. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Let me roar! Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me what happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit. I knew, that very moment, I knew the assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me. The first blow did not knock me out. I turned around for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps, yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off. They said for electrical work. Darkness is my alley. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Oh, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider when I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than me. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult. And probably a man. Could it be him? But why would someone attack you, Let Me Roar? The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave her the same answer I give you. I do not know. Interesting. Let me roar. I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Latos was carrying it. The replica of a thing he was after. He was after... You know, in his secret identity. As an undercover agent. So this is what he was doing. You mean, you know what? Yes, I know. Of course. This must be. Borginian cocoon, or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Okay. It's actually a rough day. I'll just put this piece of evidence away for later. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, only in Borginia know of all in Borginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details. I am sorry to say. I thought she said all of Borginia knew of these. There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all of Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does, they is caught. They will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying around a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So, that's what he was up to. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling. It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you? On my trips, yes. That is probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latours was placed there to make sure that didn't happen. Borginian is small, shelves the country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latours wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must have been some reason why Borginia doesn't want their cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latours and Lemmy marked. Couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemidor. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is in my power, I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian. Paula? Would you come with us? If you're well enough. I say, yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Lemidor? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When you still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well, if I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? What a good drawing. Hey, you got a reaction, a big one. Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would need any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what you think. Now you roar. Please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi. Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Must cure some disease. It is a cure for incuritis. A cure for incuritis. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives it could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay. Well, at least we know what it is. It's a cure. And Mr. Lettuce was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't... He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true, I am sort of a magician. She said sort of. I don't have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder. Do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I don't want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right. It's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lettuce's death. This meeting's over. Ryan? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet? There's a call from Machi from the Bulgarian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Oh, sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Ryan, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. I've known you for what, like 3 hours, mate. Darn it! We were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. You didn't want to hear what Machi had to say. You didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo? There can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. All happens tomorrow in court. Hell yes! And we might as well get this finished up, shouldn't we? So we're not spending fucking ages. Just ages doing. Because what, this trial only has 2 parts to it? It'll be fine. That'll take us like an hour or so. It's fine, I've gone longer. No. Yes, I'd like to continue. I want to brush my teeth so badly. The texture of my mouth is annoying me so much. Ugh, I should eat some of this too. Okay. Last bit of pasta, and then we'll go on to do the rest of the trial. Yeah. Oh, I'm killing myself. Chew your food properly, kids. Well, this is it. Well, they said today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting's over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no can go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Ryan, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. I want us to hear what Marchie had to say. I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. You can't go one case without making that joke, can you? What was that? He is heard, but unseen. Who's that talking? Volant Grammari, I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally. I love you, sir. Kisses him. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Volant? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. What? That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon the express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. Glamour. A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. It's trucy, though it pains me to part so. I need to get to the in line for a ticket. Farewell. I love the bye. Bye-bye. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of magicians. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting things up like people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lemmy Roar's disappearing act. And the prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time, shall we? Excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled start time for the trial's changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? Is this a first? It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. If you care to read about it yourself. Oh, that's how that's connected to this case. The cure. Oh. Colitis. Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose a page from the funnies if you can. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do I say this name again? Marchi Tobrier, your suspect, Fortimissimo. Right. It's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Curitis, was it? That article said there was no known cure. Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the junction yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number, IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romaine letters. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out now. Oh, wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. It was him. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Letters when I heard the gunshot fires. It was him. It was Ryan. No way. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Ryan would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into the matter. Please tell the court your findings. The Ryan Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? What you wear, forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviniers ripped up on stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Roar, and the defendant, along with the drummer and bassist. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Roar, the defendant, Machi Tobaye, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviniers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out on the scene of crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Roar herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Lettuce and Detective Crescent talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that the Ryan Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Roar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections... Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... Ugh, Prosecutor Gavin's case is so airtight. Roar might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait. What about yesterday in the detention center? About the case. All about the case. He wants to tell us about Mr. Lettuce's death. The meeting's over. The lion. Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant, what was his name again? Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marcus or Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given the chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls the defendant, Machi Tobaye, to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as, I love you, and where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Roar as the interpreter. Roar? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lavender lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and let me roar to the witness stand. I love the character designs, man. Suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name, to begin with, if you would, let me roar. Yes. He says, Machi Tobiye, the defendant. This is certainly a first for the courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? You would have him testify about... What do I want him to testify about? Ugh, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Apollo? Aren't you going to ask him about... Ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? Can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I may speak. Yes, let me roar. Just now, Machi said there was something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Ugh, the suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, Lamidor, according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it. This is sounding too good to believe. I know that usually means... Well, if it's true, then this is a vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. He says, the word of Mr. Latrouse's death came to a direct shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of the song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Yes, it is Gant. It's a tiny little Gant hanging out with us. Why, he would only have to ask Lamidor to know the meaning of that song. Hi, Money. Hi. Good to see you here. Lamidor, did you ever explain the lyrics of the song to him? I did tell him, generally, what the song was about, but I never so much in detail, and he never asked. Yes, I plan on finishing this case because I don't want to have to leave it. Yeah. This is the first part of the trial, and this is only a 2-part trial, so once that's done, we're all done, and I can rest my sore little boy's back, my tiny little back. Has my oft-repeated warning already fried that forehead? Lamidor might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Everything's hidden in the testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. He says the word of Mr. Two Lettuce's death was a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of the song, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he did not understand them. Interesting.
Yay, I knew he was innocent. I believe him. He is too, truthfully. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Nothing's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. Were Machi and Mr. Lettuce close? Yes, after we travelled around the world on tour. I mean, or it's Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is the court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough. Machi says he was really good friends with Mr. Lettuce. Mr. Lettuce was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. I could not have done it, you mean? It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day. For all those things followed the song lyrics closely. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? Not really. He did not know that the song was about its mood, shall we say. But this was enough to play by. He did know what the song was about, its mood, shall we say. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually a guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. No, not really. Yours is a valid interpretation. Okay. No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Borginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Okay.
I could not have done it because the lyrics are in English. He doesn't understand them. Oh, gonna have to figure out something. Is it you that would be lying, or would it be him that has something wrong with it? Is my question. Wow, I can see your eyes. This is weird.
You got eyes, man. You got eyes. It's weird. Okay. Okay, so I don't think there's anything here. Great shock.
truly following the lyrics, I, that is he, could not have done it. E. Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lariror said the word English. Why? Don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. As he continued this charade, Mr. Dust Machi says this. I know the word English. Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is. What? Give me a break. That's such an unusual word to understand. Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. That explains this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious lad? It is simple. He is so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. In the newspaper. Fucked yourself over with that one, didn't you? Fucked yourself right over. The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about the case in our homeland. I was right. What was wrong, Mr. Justice? You guys are quite fierce, all of a sudden. Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Borginian newspaper. The Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You could have read about the lyrics and couldn't have read about the lyrics in the Borginian newspaper. What does this mean? But I didn't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning, yes? Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in the police questioning. I heard the full report myself. So, the lyrics went in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in the courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Much he says, it is true, I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned the lyrics. I was mistaken. No, I remember. You remember? He says he heard the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lamiror? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten myself. And then it looks like Air Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. Seems so, yes. No. I was onto something, I know it! I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with this cross-examination? What are you going to do, Apollo? If I'm going to keep cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack, or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. I understand. It was I who explained the crime followed the song. Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? This is a question for me, yes? This interpretation thing is getting far old fast. I told him that Mr. Letos had been killed, and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crimes of the day followed my song. Did you mention any particular words in the song relating to the case, such as heart? Yes, of course. I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yay! I knew he was innocent. Let's go through here. Tu peux see. It's either you or it's her. It was I who explained that the crime wrote the song. There has to be something here, though. Yes.
Gotcha!
Let me roar. I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be so uncertain? Made uncertain? Yes. You swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Let me roar. Are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell you the truth, I do not believe it myself. And allow me to answer for you. Let me roar, you're protecting... You're protecting him, aren't you? Considering he's a child? Let me roar, protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained the crime followed the lyrics. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemidor lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English, you have to. Yay. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little, only. What? First he could see, and now we can talk. And you? Did you know about this, Lamidor? No, I did not. It was quite a surprise. I mean, secret is witness hiding. This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk. Manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice. Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So, when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Letters had already been shot. And then we came into the door.
Panel high. I take off. Run away. Run away.
So it was you that escaped through the vent.
As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No, he's clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's cleaned up, Apollo. Yeah, he's 14 and being accused of murder. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is potent cure. A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. A cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No more speak, not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Air Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other cause but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendants so that we might proceed. Polo Justice. Yeah, it's Justice. Might learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Jeez, Apollo. He's 14 and barely speaks English. Give him a break. Believe I no shooting. Machi claims Mr. Letters was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a tarp, and he walked into a trap and he walked into it. Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I heard a revolver, but the only sound. Wait, you're saying you went to the dressing room and found Mr. Letters already dead and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard these shots? And you escaped through the air vent? I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey! He's right, look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was an architect that designs the hall or something. I hear this from a magician. Magician? Don't look at me. A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Lotus. Yeah, but what does that leave us? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body, and then he heard the shots. That one's going to go over well in court, not... Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe what he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, we do know. You're sure you won't testify, Machi? I'm not talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home. I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking cocoon from Virginian is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Yeah, just say he won't testify under the grounds that it might endanger himself. And so we need someone else to talk about it. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So, will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame, and here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. Different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine a witness in this case. Let me roar. Let me roar. What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamiro's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamiro was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamiro dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamiro? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes. Yet someone trying to keep her mouth shut. Who could have that been? You don't think... I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Lotus. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden, something the killer doesn't want to get out. So, I am to understand that this is what you are saying. namely that there is a nugget of truth in Lamidor's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. Lamidor was attacked. This has serious implications. Very well. There are some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we thought we had. The court will hear Lamidor's testimony once more. Lamidor, I apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that voice belonged to Darian Crescend. Yes, that is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene is closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet, it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Littus and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamidor was attacked because of this testimony. What, Truthy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can collie some cross-examination. You coolly can cross-examine the witness. Darian Crescend. I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him, and the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo? If you keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. It's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can go to. Did you hear anything else? What were they talking about? Roar. Do you, by any chance, remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it as much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something like that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. A clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? Was the other man speaking, not Mr. Letters? The shooter, then. Try and consent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letters. I thought it was quite strange myself afterwards. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted to. Very, very vital. Maybe you could add it to the testimony? Maybe, Apollo. And it was Detective Ryan Crescent's voice. Yes, I am sure of it. It's over. Press the switch. How would you say that to Mr. Letters? Apollo? The murder weapon, the revolver, was Mr. Letters' right. Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger? Because his English isn't so good. Ryan Crescent is a native speaker. Oh, right, sorry. I kind of forgot who he was. Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it? Was there no one else in the room? I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Letters and the detectives. You mean this? Press a switch. Remote trigger. Music thing. There were 2 gunshots. Yes, I heard 2. One after the other. It's a bullet hole at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. Gunpowder. Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well, If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. Our duty as citizens. This is besides the point, but Lamelor isn't a citizen. Though, we would hope such common sense prevails in Borginia as well. Lamelor seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. It's strange. She'd be hiding something. It's just as you say, yet at the same time. Okay. So you heard some things. You heard him talking about a switch. Yeah. And so I think what happened is she forgot that she was wearing a headset, and what she was hearing was she heard him talking from the stage. That's what I think happened. But how do I prove that? How do I prove that? Do I just show off the thing?
And the trigger would be the remote, right? I was correct in that thinking. That's what I think. Just you say switch, the thing says trigger, so it's a bit annoying to me.
Objection!
Press switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of these words. Oh? Yet there is nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. Oh, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? Not really, it looks like a trigger. The problem is, this was not found at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage? Are you claiming that the voice Lavender heard was of someone commanding another to press a switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, a forehead? I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamiror's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You couldn't shout all you could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So, too, have Air Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry. But he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me. You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from the dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone from the stage to the dressing room. Hell yeah! Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why that's... What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communication device. Communications device? From what I heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interferences with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. I mean, Aurora said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be! So then, Lamiror heard the shooter's voice. He could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question. Why does it have to do with this? Why does it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried away. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How did we know where it was when she heard the voice when the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I was sure this was a way to go with this. What is this switch, anyway? I don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What is it, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is? Yeah. Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this information. I know what the switch is. Well, seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. I see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is? Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That's the... what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote... I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yeah! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry. That was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire... Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. At night at the concert, there was an unusual burst of flames. When your guitar caught fire. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right. He got it in Borginia from Lamilor. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Forehead? Yes. Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamilor, and the guitar suddenly catching fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Lettuce and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone to press on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, it does seem to make sense, so something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. The timing is off, Apollo. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Forehead. Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. Come on, Gavin. You have more than that. More respect for me than that, huh? I was expecting a little more, something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about? Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think! That night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lamidora's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See? His story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe that's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to our testimony, Marchie was in the dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us that this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? And she would have heard it while she was moving for the illusion. Which is why the magic trick is so important to the case. Oh god, I love magic. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it all the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the event of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with a little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet Air Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flames. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was a final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order. That would explain this most unusual information. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You have given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics to my song. But I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, forehead. One I pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window, it seems, closed. How could Lamidor have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from that critical fact. Yeah. Yeah, it is 4 PM for me, and I am still going. It is actually almost 5. I've been streaming all day. It's great, actually. But you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. I mean, Aurora's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger or an igniter. Last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't be a coincidence, but now how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamidor heard the voice? Key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice. You've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamidor heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lamidor able to hear the voice? The window was open, she has divine hearing, she was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through the window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Lamidor could not hear the voice through the window, so there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and good sense were back to speaking on speaking terms. No, I'm afraid that you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for Air Forehead? Lamidor clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. No. I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamidor heard the voice from another location.
Mr. Justice, show us the location, where this location was. Roar heard the voice from the vent. Pretty sure it wants me to take this one back. Yeah. This is where Lemmy Roar heard the voice from. That's not a small window, that's an air vent. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and it's ludicrous. So, Lemmy Roar was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It's hardly merits saying. Why would Lemmy Roar be in the ventilation system, hiding like a rat? No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lemmy Roar? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit, it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why would that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself not need an interpreter. Ugh. Problem here is words. Let me draw the small window through which you heard that voice. Was it up high in the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? Yes. It was up on the ceiling. What? Order, order, I will have order. Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were above in the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it is time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you that this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please? Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was up there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. For the magic trick. Ceiling where I heard the voice.
through the small window. I was in the mood for performance. I had no time to report it. As to why I was up there, I cannot say. Because... I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I feel like I'm getting better at this, or at least I figured I'm, or at least like this case in particular. I feel like I'm in tune with this case. You know. I mean, Roar. Truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes. It's all in right here in this video. Yeah. The magic trick, you flying through the air. Which explains how your brooch got into that room. Oh. Yeah, and then his thing caught fire and she appeared on the other side of the stage. Yeah, she's not wearing it now. Yeah, that's when she lost it. Which explains how it got in there. As we can see, Roar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic. I mean, Roar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleporting. Though the only explanation for what she was is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm supposed to not be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There was only 20 seconds between when she disappeared and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This is his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He just realizing his own oversight. Look. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage for the rear forum. Recall Roar's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route from the ceiling. Roar knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now, in the lobby, Marchie told me something. I know if I open an event, I could leave stage and backstage. He said that. Oh. Were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, yet I had no idea that the route would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. which is why he bound Lemmy Roar to secrecy. Well, Lemmy Roar, I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Where's that, Your Honor? Well, as I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and reappeared. 20 seconds tops. Especially if she stopped. You wouldn't have had enough time, especially if she stopped to see a shooter. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's up to you, do you think? What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemmy Roar was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Ugh. Why do I get picked on? It's Lemmy Roar who isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. Hi, Kaito. Hi. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to bring the truth out of her. Yes, if it would please you. All right. I feel like a student before exams. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where the stagehand waited. From there, I can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. What do I think of Mr. Justice and a hobo, right? I like Mr. Justice. I think Apollo's lovely. He's, look, he's a little judgy, but not nearly as judgy as Phoenix. And look, Phoenix as he is right now makes me love him even more. I have grown even more appreciative of Phoenix Wright as a person. I love him so much. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. I love him. Oh, he makes me happy. He's got jokes. He's got jokes and they're actually funny now. He's actually funny. The plan was made for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way and then I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find a contradiction between where Lemmy Roar is, between what Lemmy Roar is saying, and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets, come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. As I was instructed, emergency exit backstage with a stand-hand. We're waiting. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. In 2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have we forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, although I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. My door disappears on the video for 20 seconds. But she said she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and our testimony. Ugh. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. The brooch? Because she's not wearing the brooch in the second part when she reappears when she reappears in the video, right? Right? That's what I noticed. Z present evidence. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony. Let me roar. Do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha! The brooch. We saw that yesterday, didn't we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when it was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Yeah. There she's wearing it, and then when she reappears again, she's not wearing it at all. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. What? The brooch is gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappears in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lammy Roar we see before the vanishing act and the Lammy Roar we see after are two different people. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Let me roar, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order, Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Lemmy Roar was replaced. Well, while we're on the subject, who was this replacement Lemmy Roar? Why, the man behind the illusion. That's fucking incredible. That's hilarious. So does that mean he's the same height as her? Same height and build? Oh my god. That's amazing. The man behind the illusion, Valant Gramarye. It was Gramarye. That's quite the illusion. I still don't get one thing. Yes. Switch happened before the tower rose, correct? If you were on stage, That's right. Fake, Lamadora is still singing. She's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Cavaliers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain. Let me roar. Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing while I was moving. The video unraveled the illusion. I can't. Apollo, I'm not telling you, not even if you make puppy dog faces. Are you fine? You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I use this. Wait. So you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter when where I was singing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Yes, Z, what's wrong? But if you were singing while you were walking, yes! This is why you can't just fuck off in the middle of my stream, because I explain these things. Yeah, I've been streaming for 8 hours, so you had a short nap, my friend. You had a short ass nap. How was your sleep? How you going? How much longer are we here for? Well, we're at the end of the first part of the trial. And then we just have the second half of the trial to go. And then we'll be all good. So, I'd say we've got like another hour left in this whole thing. Yeah, you only slept for 4 hours, so you only missed half of it. Anyway, but... yeah, it's okay. No. That's just called a nap, my friend. You just goes right back to sleep. But if you were singing while you were walking, that's right. Wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. That speaker. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when to when your set is coming up. You have an idea who it is? Well, you know, I'm starting to think that the person that let me roar, the lion, I'm starting to suspect him. I'm starting to think maybe he really did do it. Look, I have so much fun saying his name, Dralion. But Zetus. You missed my reaction to meeting this man, and honestly, I think you would have liked it. So I'm just saying you need to go rewatch the VOD for that one when we're done here. I can't believe you weren't here for my reaction. You're never here for my reactions to men. Why aren't you here just for that, if that's the only thing you care about me for? Satisfied. The dressing room was fitted with a large speaker, playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lemmy Roar is singing in the ceiling. It sounded just like Lemmy Roar singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. Ah, yeah, no, I get it. You're allowed to sleep. You're allowed to not be here. I don't mind, truly. It's only you who's missing out. I still get to have my fun, and I still get to meet so many pretty characters. Lemmy Roar. I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes, it startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse. So, not many words. Notice. Forehead. That mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into tracks. You know, like my FL Studio. Ah, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Okay, so the vocals are 2. Or not. Oh no, his guitar is 2, okay. So number 1 is the vocals then? The song does stop there. It does. I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. These keys my heart held onto so tight. Oh, she doesn't say the second pleasure. Well, the first pleasure. This is evidence indeed. What do you mean, of course I gush over him? He's a magician! He's a magician! And he does this thing with his cat. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemmy Roar's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that the Ryan Crescend could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I need to go 1 week without that happening. Yes, I also love magicians. It's double points. He's got double points because I love magicians. I adore magicians. Oh, magic makes me so happy. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, I didn't smack you. I accidentally pushed it off the I was moving my keyboard and it pushed it, okay? I'm sorry. No, it's not chat abuse, I swear. I swear it's not, I promise. Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet, one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet, it's entirely based upon Lamidor's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with that? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What? What? What does that mean? In with Apollo? Locked in a cell with Apollo where he's not wearing a suit? What the fuck would he be wearing them? I've never seen him wear anything else. I don't understand. I don't understand. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear until we hear directly from the man himself. Man, you don't mean... Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Delian Crescend, must take the stand. Imagine he's wearing something other than a suit. No, I don't like it. I don't like the idea of him in a t-shirt. If he's not wearing a button down, who is he anymore? Can he even wear a t-shirt? Is he physically capable of doing that? Or is he disgusted by the idea? I don't want to imagine it. I see no other way. You got a cough right before you started streaming again? Oh, fuck, dude. That sounds horrendous. Oh my god, man. Oh, no. Oh, and I just told you, I didn't mean to hit you in the face, okay? Okay? I really didn't. I didn't mean it, not one tiny little bit, okay? Here. There you go. There's your little head pats, chat. There's the chat head pats for you. As someone with a new perspective on this case. A suspect, to be frank. You were playing Digimon, Time Stranger. Oh no, that's horrible. No, people love Digimon and you can't. Oh, I mean, take care of yourself, definitely. You do not want to be straining your voice when you've got a cough. But that's horrible, man. I'm so sorry you having to deal with that. Finally, a rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Dorian Crescend, get ready for justice. Go one case without saying that, please, Apollo. One case. That's all I'm asking. Is this as good a time as any for a brief recess? The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of his duties, of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Ugh. It's using his get ready for justice shit is cool. I think it's really lame, and I love that he has a little thing. I love that. I love that that's his thing, but it's really lame. It's so cute though. It's so cute though, yes, the Ace Attorney Trilogy is a puzzle game, but Apollo Justice is a simulation. Well, who knows? Who knows? I'm not in Twitch, but who knows? Why would I know any of that shit? I don't know how they categorize things. Apollo? I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of Lemidora's performance. The reason why she was in the air vent. And that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, well, that's what you end up with. A puzzle game unless you play the game for me. Yeah. Look. Yeah, true. You're right. What do I think of the music? I'm really into the music. The music is really, really good. I would listen to this shit, like, just in the background for any reason at all. I knew you had what it took. Hi, Phoenix! Hi, Phoenix! Ah, Daddy! Mr. Right, you believed in me? Not really. Huh. I just thought that'd make a cooler sounding entrance than saying hiya. Oh, Mr. Right. Oh, Mr. Right, I'll take you out to dinner and pay for everything for you. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like, and you're undercover? Like Mr. Lettuce, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh, no. What have you shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh, you're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Thank you, Mr. Right. Thank you, Mr. Right. Thank you, Mr. Right. You know, I think of you as like a true father figure. So this is why, I hope you marry Miles Edgeworth and never divorce him. Okay, I trust that stare of yours, thank you. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Marty Tobier off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? The Ryan Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch. A piece of jewellery and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain those things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like a butter in a frying pan, leaving behind a faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma. Let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Huh. He is really jaded, and I feel so bad for him. I do feel bad for him. But I love him still. I love him, and he's still so clearly attached to the idea of being an attorney and finding the truth. I can't wait for everything to be revealed in the next chapter. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict, maybe? Look at his cute little face! Oh, Phoenix! Oh, Phoenix, I can't wait to put you on one of the thumbnails. I'm gonna fucking squish him. Squishes him. Just grabs him by the shoulders and shakes him violently. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find the Dorian Crusen's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like that. Just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods. What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope we can make sense of it when the time comes. What he's saying is he's a tough nut to crack, so you really need to needle him. I guess. It's okay, I'm used to tough nuts to crack, needling them until they fucking scream. Isn't that right, sir? Yes, yes, I'm sure you're aware. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Tracy. Ugh, I'm taking off my sweater. I'm too hot now. Court is back in session. Prosecutor Gavin. Where is Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called in at any time. Exactly! He knows the answers, but he's not giving them. Also, you know, we've learned that attorneys who are mentoring people just have a tendency to be very vague with their advice and wanting and want to see the people they're mentoring to like figure those things out themselves. It's interesting, really. It's an interesting way of teaching. Like, and all of them have done it. All of them. Every single one. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Dorian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3, but his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand, correct? Oh, I know, air forehead. Very well. Call the final witnesses stand. Detective Dorian Crescent. I mean, if you want to ship Gavin and Dorian, you can. I'm sure there are people out there currently doing that. I realized that the moment I saw them both. Name and occupation, please. Dorian Crescent. Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those who don't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviniers. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you are standing before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here today. The situation's changed, Dorian. And don't call me partner. Oh, you fucked up, Dorian. So much for old friends. Gavin, you're so upset with him. Oh my god. I see what you're doing, Dorian. Impressing the prosecution. You think Dorian looks like a bullet bill? Really? My first impression was that he looked like a cross between... He looked like a skunk dressed as a shark. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it is high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lammy Draw's testimony. If in fact you have anything to say. Oh, I have plenty to say. Nah, I see more, it's more definitely like a skunk, especially with this bit. That's what I'm seeing. This is way more like a skunk to me. Lying must be a national pastime for Virginia. Dude, that feels a little racist to say, even if they are a made-up country. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Huh. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. The diva's lying, plain and simple. she's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She heard the words because she forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. And didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place from when I was on stage, man. So you claim Laura's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. But she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hands just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you've got an unreliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Laura's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Oh, so the gunshots we heard were firecrackers. Oh. There's a fan site for the Gaviniers. Like, oh my god, of course there is. That's really cool. I love when people do stuff like that. It's really cool. Lying, plain and simple. First place, she didn't even hear. She heard my voice. Forgot the words because she heard gunshots as if. During the third set anyway. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots? Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Laura are the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emitted from that room during the first set. That, we must determine, is... What the fuck was that? Why did you vibrate so suddenly and violently? Fucked if I know. I've got no new notifications. Why did you fucking... Whatever, mate. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Munchie heard them too. Remember, he said he ran to the air duct when he heard them. So, how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? I know what they were. I know what they were. They were the firecrackers. Possibly a firecracker. Possibly a firecracker. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt. Not another guitar, I hope? Traces with gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What? You think Detective Skye works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is that, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Dorian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off at the remote by a remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when 2 witnesses came walking by? That's right. Dorian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Dorian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through the very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd. A headset, the kind all the band staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked it up from in front of the door to that dressing room. What if the headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in the hallway, even if you were on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Dorian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I've got a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. Ugh. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you heard that you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That's right, Gavin. Indeed, if you can't prove that. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, you proved that crime took place during the second set. Yeah, I think. You'd better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Yeah, Gavin is a really interesting prosecutor after all of the ones that we've met in the past. He's like... He doesn't say anything. Like, I noticed that he's very quiet. He doesn't object to everything.
he just like sticks by his guns, listens to the defense all the way through, and makes no secret that he has any intention of winning or losing as long as he gets the truth, which is very, very interesting. And like it makes sense from a writing standpoint to go in that direction after your past prosecutors, because it's a different angle. It's essentially what you've essentially done is you've taken Miles Edgeworth at his most developed as a character, and you've made him a character that didn't need development. Yeah, you know what I mean by that? Like he's just got it's similar is what I'm saying. But and I really like it. I like it. I think it's fun, and I think it keeps things interesting. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? Because I am. Shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let me see proof. Proof that the shooting took place during the second set. What would be proof of that is my question. Death due to blood loss from gunshot wound. Estimated time of death 9 to 9:30. The crime scene itself. The taped recording. The transmitter for voice signals with a 30-foot range. Concert staff wore them. If the shooting took place during the second set, if you're so sure, show me proof. Proof of that would be... I'm thinking about where that was found. It was inside the piano. No, I'm talking about Edgeworth at his most developed character-wise. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of what we see of Edgeworth when he's actually, like, doing prosecuting work is him, that's prior to his development. And then when we get to see him again in the second game, the reason that he's doing his usual push and pull with Phoenix is because, you know, the whole kidnapping thing going on, and so he kind of needs to like pull that back a bit. They're so... But, yeah, but Edgeworth does outright say that, he realizes that it's not, that being perfect and winning isn't really a part of being an attorney, which, I'm so proud of him. Oh, my cute little guy. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I kiss his little forehead. But yeah, so basically he thought, he came to the understanding that
it was important to win and it was important to be perfect due to pressure from outside sources and pressure on himself to do everything he can, stemming from a pit of self-hatred, and then he kind of steps back and he's like, wow, I'd like to be the person I am on the inside now. I think that'd be fun. I love him so much. I know, and I love that he makes Phoenix work for his little win. He's like, come on, Phoenix, I've built up a case, tear it down already. Tear it down already. I already know. I know this is fucked, but I can't just make it obvious that I want to kiss you on the mouth in the middle of this courtroom, so come on. Push me into the corner already. Do it with your words and your logic, sir. I love him. 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 But also, well, it's not just now that he wants the truth. You can see that he's like into getting the truth from the Steel Samurai case. That's where it starts. Yes, we're still going, Mizu. We're not finished until this trial is finished. I'm sorry, I got distracted by thinking about Edgeworth again. I love you, Edgeworth. Kisses for Edgeworth. Anyway, I need definitive proof that it was during the second set. Definitive proof. Definitive proof that it was during the second set. Well, if we consider that that was in the piano, and well, hang on. People think Godot is a good. Godot's an idiot. That's what he. He's an idiot. He's not doing it because he cares about prosecuting. He's doing it so he can punch Phoenix in the face. He doesn't do anything unless it involves Phoenix. And like, he's... Look, I get it, man. I get it. He's got a quality about him that makes him attractive to some people. But he's not a good prosecutor. There's a reason he's not a good prosecutor. He doesn't know what he's doing, and instead of like being obvious about it, instead of like actually presenting things, he has a tendency to divert the conversation by talking about random nonsense, right? That's what I notice about him. He just like, instead of you know, all the prosecutors trash talk, but Godot is like fucking a step above that, where he will willingly waste the court's time with his trash talk. To the point where you're like, Godot, I'm sorry, but I don't understand what the point you were making here was, other than fuck you, Phoenix. Anyway, if she was there, and when she heard the gunshots, then we would have heard them. 'Cause she was wearing a headset. It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here, in Lamigora's song. Her song. What exactly is this, device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps. Come on, we just used this! And don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders and adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Namirora's voice included. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Namirora's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten the Ryan? We were wearing those headsets. Oh. Listening to the same song simulator going. That is my everyday when I am mixing songs, man. I do it all the time. I, in fact, loop songs on the regular even when I'm not working on them. I just like listening to the same song over and over again. So you were deeply involved in our performance, but Namirora's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then, let's get to analysing that recording right now. Namirora's stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot, and we'll find the gunshots. What was... Okay. 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 Okay, this is the bit of the song that we want. I know it's not this, and I know it's not this, and I know it's not this. These are the vocals. Right. These are the vocals. And I definitely heard that. Interesting. Q to go to the part beforehand, right? Wow, it's just like I'm working on my Utao. I want to know how they got that sound. That's such a nice sound. Yeah. E. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Namirora's vocals. I did hear something, and that was why it sounded like a gunshot. What? That has to be some kind of mistake. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which meant Namirora's testimony was true. He stands like Leon Kawata. He's got the same stance. The exact same stance. So, she was telling the truth about what she had heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Littrhouse. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent? You weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear about one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon. The drawer was moving through an air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But when she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Littus's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent. Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Airforward. What is it with today? Problem after problem, tongue. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, and my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and on top of it all, someone's dead. And then there was the performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Dorian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Oh, yeah, well, You would. And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Littause's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even a shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurts himself shooting the revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had plenty of firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Lettus. Which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent? What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up all ready for action has to say. That's a, that's a weird nickname, but okay, sure. Hey, you attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape, but that could be anything. And you have alleged guitar cue miss due to .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. Oh my god. Oh. Gavin is ready to punch him in the fucking face, I swear. You can line up all your weak little pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to this case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Come on! Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Lettuce had not been in our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great! Now I need to find a motive. Why would you want to shoot the guy if you've never met before? That's a very, very good question. The disease, first case in country. Closer to home than ever before. The thing... Why would you want to kill him? That's a very, very, very good question. Chief Justice's son who was inflicted with a curatus. Let's think about this. What is a reason he'd want to kill him? Well, he's international police. You are an international affairs officer. So that would mean that you would possibly be aware of him to some degree. There's the cocoon business and all that. There's the Chief Justice's son currently dying. Yeah, I'm thinking it's most likely something to do with why he was in the country in the first place. Yeah, you would have to know something about this, though, wouldn't you? It's possible that that's what you were investigating, to a degree at least.
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Ever seen this? Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that colour. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else. Alright. But what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Lettuce, does it? It does. Wait. I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? No, this one... This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what? Apparently, it is the most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture and remedy the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process once, only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All of this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. Only rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latours, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. But that is misleading. Romain Latours wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent. So, I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Well, not what you're trying to say. I'm saying that that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous! I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got the memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latours undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization could be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. The only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. I think it has something to do with that case with the Chief Justice's son. Memo about the cocoons. I'm so hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. It's too dangerous. Exactly lucrative anymore. On the black market, too dangerous. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair too. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing. And don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Got the memo about the cocoons. You can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. I don't think you were trying to sell them. Why not choose a less dangerous option? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, could kiss my Kitsa goodbye. I sell to a black market buyer. How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And it's not a cure just for any disease. A cure for curitis. Curitis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Ah. Why, that's the disease that Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief of Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband? Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If a word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, and now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about it, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleaze over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah, you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones who out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Is very thorough, checking in everything and everyone gets checked. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and sentenced to death. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. I see. His guitar. The way that his guitar was shipped. It was like locked up. It was on fucking lockdown, that thing. Right? Actually, there is one way. One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamidor. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present out of it. So, this guitar is Borginian. That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So, we vacuum packed it in Lamirora's studio. Used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. Then brought it right up to my office, and they brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched. Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets of vacuum packing in Porcinian. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would be easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia? What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin. That guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work. Good memory, Air Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in them, right? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if the igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside the guitar? You mean... Means this, of course. Ah! There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. That could use picky prosecutor... They could use picky prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? Yo! Order, order. So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Yeah, forehead. At last, it's all coming together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sound. Maestro, the gentle sounds. First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor. Which forced me to break the lock of my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I say, but things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near the case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. And the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latus. Ah. Mr. Latus, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latus tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then... Mr. Latus died. With Laminor there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescent. I gotta know, you make all this up on the fly. For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Ryan. The Republic of Bulgaria? Sorry, man, I haven't ever been there. We're almost done anyway. We're almost done. 2, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide a cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, or Bulgarian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Roar heard proves it. Why do I have Darren Gant on the screen? Because I like him. Because we were talking about him earlier, and so to get everyone to shut up, I put him on the screen. That's basically what happened. So, you know, you can stare at him to distract yourself so you don't have to talk, so we don't have to mention him again. Easy peasy, right? He's right there, so... You made that this transmission from backstage while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it. The coup de grace. For once, I know what I'm doing. One person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. Be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? No! Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. I'm real sorry. I'm so sorry. I really am. I am terribly, terribly sorry. But based on the information... I'm sorry, kid. I'm really sorry. I mean, we proved you're not a murderer, but, there's only one person who meets all the requirements for the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi Tobrier. But, Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. Not really. It's happened before. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latos. And I stand by my statement earlier, that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Bulgarian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice, but what if it was, in fact, Lamiror? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of it yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that the remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, the drawer was in the air vent, right above the dressing room from where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamador could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and Lamirora stood in the air. The tower was 15 feet tall. And the transmitter was found inside the piano, so it makes sense. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamirora's position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Let me see the video where Gavin's guitar burns. Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Okay. Oh! Right there, it's caught on fire. Whoa. Too bad so sad, Punk. Punk? At first you were sleeves, then kid, now Punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly are we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't what we see, correct, Ryan. Right. It's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off the igniter. That right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. It was in the piano. He just had to press a key on the piano. I see. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano. It is one of the cases of all time, but I'm enjoying it because I got to meet another magician. I wasn't expecting 2 magicians. Oh man, I got to meet a magician. Well, seems to be the problem there. The piano sounds just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it. Ah. Yeah! How's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. Laminor. First game of the trilogy heavily focuses on magicians. Don't you mean the second? That one had a case with the with magician. No? Yes. 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 Besides, this is a way better magician anyway. This is like a real proper magician. Like. But, according to you... she couldn't have been an accomplice, could she? When you say trilogy, I'm thinking Phoenix Wright. I hear Ace Attorney Trilogy, I think. Like obviously this game is heavily involves magicians, but I got to meet a second one. I wasn't expecting there to be a second magician, and I love him so much. He's so cool. Look, if he turns out to be a bad person, I don't care. I'm still going to clap at his stage show. Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Come on, Apollo. I know the answer. Don't you? The piano plays non-stop. Couldn't have pressed that switch. It's not as bad as me having to listen to the Blue Badger song over and over and over again. That was way worse. This song is actually pretty. That grated my ears. One bad thing about that, guys. Everything else, perfect. Spectacular, really. Worth it in the end. Well, Mr. Justice? Piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. It was a good case, wasn't it? Such a good case. And I wasn't expecting them to make reference to it. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Odd. Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobeye didn't press that switch, then he couldn't be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. It's not. It's not, and I know the fucking answer. I feel so smart that I know the answer. Oh, I've known so many of the answers for this case. It's making me feel so smart and really boosting my ego. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant, Machi Tobeye, the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you'd better find a way to prove it. I can. I know. Pick me. I know. What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. It's not much to go on, but it's still all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machi Tobier's pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Tobier pressed the switch? I can! I don't know if you call it proof, per se. But I can prove it was possible. Then, as a prosecutor, it falls on me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Forehead, you sure about this? Accepted. There's no evidence, man. I'm enjoying this so much. I can prove it if we listen to it again. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. The basis of my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flames. I hear the piano being played, but doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press a switch. He could play the piano while doing that. So, you're some kind of piano savant? Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Ugh. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait! I know! Hey, Trucy! Yeah? You got something? That's right, your father. He's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy! He couldn't play a part like that, even if he had 3 hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or not too? You can't. I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, it seems we've come to the moment of the truth, at least. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us a part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into flames. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And one section of the song proves it. So definitely not this bit. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I pressed the wrong button. Because it's right next to R. Just what sounded odd to you? As I'm sure you've realised yourself, Forehead. Realise what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay attention to... Did I What? Did I accidentally do something? What? Pay attention to the part, but a fleeting melody phrase. Man, how many times would we have to listen to the same thing? You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Stumbling into the right answer, yay! Accidentally clicking the right thing. And another section. The guitar bursts into flames at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to the O that night in your embrace. It is different. Play verse 2 again. It's so pretty. And did you hear that? They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well, put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple. The same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. They'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that prove? I would think that you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So, the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Brian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different? I asked myself. Now, ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand to press the switch. Leo koala looking ass. Order, order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well. Barring an objection from prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Yes, yes, yes. Good show, sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. And personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes. Don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts... Anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But... 1,000 facts may point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence it's not proof. Well, all I need to prove is beyond shadow of a doubt, right? But here's the thing, there's no decisive evidence either way. That's the rule under the current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, he we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate. But, at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? Truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? And they can. That's the point of a legal system that protects criminals. Getting away with crime in Japan and California. Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So, what do I do? Like I said, good luck, and be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Every man has an igniter inside his heart. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and then set it off. I'm gonna push his fucking buttons until he speaks. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy, something fatal. So, can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I've got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with a dead weight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, I've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, you'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What? And the igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. I prefer Lawyer Boy. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And if I intend to hear this one through to the very end, therefore, Ed, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Lethouse and smuggling of the Bulgarian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run for far too long. So, Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then, let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan. Evidence or a witness? What would be... What would be it? I don't think we have decisive evidence for anything, because none of this is like directly linking him to the crime. And technically, if you can get him to talk. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence, huh? So what is it? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Dorian Crescent's guilt? The one person who can prove Dorian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobaye. Your client again? Machi Tobaye was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Dorian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that one was plotted to smuggle that cocoon. Is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latos was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Bulgaria, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar. Huh, very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tobaye acknowledges this agreement with Dorian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of Morginian cocoon, the case is solved. Dorian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to do it. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Bulgarian law. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was the smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking... But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way round. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. We don't get death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure the news has already reached Bulgaria, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about Bulgarian cocoon. Yeah, but if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Bulgarian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe. The law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? Same goes for Machi Tobaye. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made up out of pianos? Come on. Please, don't do that. Wow, you were fun there. You having fun with that? Wow, that is a good drawing. The Ryan. I consider that my last session with you, we rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. No, he's laughing again. The kind of sick desperation to it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk. You'll tell the court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all yours for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From the beginning, I knew. Mache. Situation. I cannot explain, but the money I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definitive in this law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however. It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. I can't wait for that statement to become very important in the next chapter. Anyway, Mr. Machito. Yes, I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And, with regards to the current charges of murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machito, not guilty of murder. Yeah, you didn't kill the guy. This court is adjourned. I wonder what'll happen to Marchie. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Bulgaria. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. I mean, Laura. Oh my, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil, I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. I see that not how it should be. I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It is funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lemon lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps I would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right. You're the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamidor. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, yeah, secret mission. I can't wait to hear all about it, Phoenix. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. So, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end. Thanks to that trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Yay! Yay! Ugh. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be so great. So great. So incredibly great. I felt so smart today. I was like, I understood what they were getting at and I was on top of it. I actually knew what, holy shit, 10 hours. Well, welcome to the longest stream I've ever done. I'm surprised my voice did not give up at some point. Considering doing Apollo's voice fucking destroys me. But wow, Jesus fucking Christ. Yay, we did it! We did it! Oh, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited to know what happens next. I'm so excited to know, but I have to wait. I have to wait. I have to wait. Ugh, me and my schedule. It was a good case. I actually really enjoyed doing that. Like, I wouldn't say that I particularly cared for it, but it was like, I at no point during any case ever have I not had like fun with it. So, you know. But my voice hurts now. My voice hurts now. I'm a little boy and my voice hurts. My poor little voice. So, what now? Well, I should, fuck off. I should take a fucking break, cause it's been 10 fucking hours, 10 long hours. I should take a break, but thank you to everyone who stopped by, who said hello, who hung out with us today as we completed this trial. I had a lot of fun with it, and I hope that you had a lot of fun with it too. Is anyone I care about currently online? It's a very good question. It's a very good question indeed. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yum, 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 yum. Who do we wanna raid? It has to be someone new, because no one I've done before is online, and everyone who raids me is someone who is not online at the moment. This is the hard bit. Yum, yum, yum. But while I look for someone to raid, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9 o'clock, 9 AM Australian Central Standard Time. I am continuing with Apollo Justice the entirety of Ace Attorney until I finish it. And then after that, fucking who knows? I have no plan. I don't plan ahead. Why would I plan ahead? I release the VODs twice a week. We're about a month behind on them on the VOD channel. And then we also have the... And then I also have my main channel where I post Utao covers, both with other Utao voice banks, as well as a voice bank of my own personal voice, which you can download and is free to use. I think that's everything. I think you seem fun. You seem fun. Let's hang out with you. Your character design is adorable. I love this. Let's do this. Okay? So thank you everyone so much for hanging out with me. I had so much fun today. I hope you did too. Yes, please head to bed. It is 7 o'clock it's 7 o'clock at night for me now, and I started at 9 o'clock in the morning. So, yes, please everyone, get some rest if you need it. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Bye bye.